Budget Estimates 2022-23 hearing of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. Today the committee will continue examination of the Foreign Affairs and Trade portfolio as set out in the circulated program. The committee is due to report to the Senate on 16 May 2022 and has set 19 April 2022 as the date for senators to submit written questions on notice in order to receive answers by the due date of 20 May 2022. Information on procedural rules governing the estimates hearing and claims of public interest immunity has been provided to departments and agencies and is available from the Secretariat. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the hearings are conducted in a COVID-safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Mobile phones should be switched off or turned to silent. I welcome Senator the Honourable Jonathan Duniam, representing the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Ms Catherine Campbell, and officers of the Department. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I don't, thanks.
Ms Campbell, do you wish to make an opening statement? Let's proceed. The chair is here.
Thank you, Senator Fierravanti Wells. Senator Wong, you have the call.
Thank you, Senator Betts. I just do want to indicate from the opposition's perspective, we have a reasonably focused set of questions, so I wouldn't anticipate. I think we can contain today's hearing reasonably efficiently, subject to other senators, given we already had a go. Which day was it? Friday? Can I start with Solomon Islands, please?
Catherine Campbell, Secretary, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Yes, Senator, we'll get Ms Duff and Ms Peake to the table. Thank you. Senator, the head of the Office of the Pacific, Ewan McDonald, is not here today. He's actually in Solomon Islands.
Yep.
He went there last Sunday and
Great.
he remains there.
Okay. So I have two topics I'd like to deal with. One is the public reporting of a visit to Solomon Islands this week that I think the Solomon Islands media or the Prime Minister's media, meaning the Solomon Islands Prime Minister's media, have put into the public arena. So I wanted to get an update on that. And the second batch of questions go to the draft security agreement and updates on that. So let's start first with the meeting. Are you able to give me an update on what's on the public record or what's been publicly reported?
So, Senator, as publicly reported, DGONI and DG ACIS did meet with the Prime Minister of Solomon Islands. That's in the domain. The head of mission, Dr Lachlan Strong, was also in attendance at that meeting. And I think the media has outlined what was the substance of that meeting. This is not uncommon for these office holders to engage in the region.
Is there anything further that can be added about?
Ms Duff, did you want to say anything further?
Kate Duff, First Assistant Secretary, Pacific Bilateral Division. No, we have some further information on Ewan McDonald's program, but in terms of the two individuals.
Okay. We spent a bit of time last week on the draft security agreement between Solomon Islands and China, and I wonder if there are any updates on the agreement that can be shared with the committee. First, in relation to text, I think on the last occasion we were unclear, certainly in the public evidence, as to the actual text. So I wonder if anyone can provide any response on that.
So, Senator, I'll ask the officers at the table to clarify, but my last briefing was that we have not seen the text of the agreement. So we are yet to see that text.
Ms Duff?
Correct, yes. We have not seen a version since the version online,
Right.
Senator.
Yeah.
I presume we've asked for one.
We've raised the issue around transparency and sought to have a more transparent set of information about the agreement in the public arena, Senator.
And we think it's important that we do see the text, and we have called for that
Yep.
transparency.
There was, I'm just trying to recall Mr McDonald's evidence, but my recollection was the evidence went to aspects of the agreement being initialled by foreign ministers, but not necessarily all of it, correct?
So that was officials last week.
Oh,
Senator.
sorry,
Yes, so
officials,
officials in the
apologies.
Solomon Islands
Yes.
with China initialled aspects of
Yep.
the agreement. They didn't say what.
Yep.
And the intention, therefore, was to have foreign ministers sign it when it was ready. But we don't have any further information about.
So do we have any further information of which aspects were at least subject to official initialling?
I do not, Senator.
Okay. Do we have any information as to the date for the signing
We do not know.
at all?
I do not know.
Not at this stage, Senator. Mr McDonald is in the Solomon Islands and raising these matters with a broad range of stakeholders, and he will return to Australia Friday. So he's continuing to work with the Solomon Islands government on these matters.
Okay. There's also been a story posted online about by a Mr. Smith, which I think you're aware of. Is there any response you'd like to make to that?
Okay.
Smith, sorry, Senator, I don't
It's
know.
the one I showed the Secretary
Yeah.
before.
It's about,
If,
you across that one, Liz? It's about the other reporting of,
Oh, a letter
yes.
in the public arena.
yes.
Yes, Senator, thank you. Sorry, I just wasn't sure which media article you were referring to. We're aware of a letter, Senator, that appears to be from a state-owned enterprise talking to a Premier of the Isabel Province in the Solomon Islands about opportunities for infrastructure building, including referring to naval facilities. We're aware of these reports, and I think this letter having been circulated earlier last year as well, so this has come back into the public arena,
Okay.
obviously sparked a bit by the focus on these issues. Look, we're aware that the relevant Premier, Kekolo, resigned earlier this year and has refuted previously the claims that there was any such intention, but that's,
Oh, so this is Leslie Kekolo has...
he's no longer in that position
No,
as
no,
Premier.
but refuted those
He
claims.
has,
Yep.
yeah, publicly.
Previously.
Previously,
Okay.
last year, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so I am a little, I'm not sure, it is odd that we have no knowledge of text or signing date at all.
We do not, Senator. I mean, we have continued to make the point to the Solomon Islands that they should pause this engagement on this agreement and provide for an opportunity for some discussion and sort of transparent engagement with the region on the treaty, particularly because of the lack of information about what's in it and the consequences, therefore.
And on the last occasion, we talked a bit about the regional response. I think Mr McDonald spoke about Fiji in particular, but are there any updates on the regional response from the Pacific family?
There are, Senator,
Thank you.
yes. I don't know whether you saw, but earlier this week, Prime Minister Marape of Papua New Guinea referenced the issue in some of his public statements. Obviously,
Just
as we have...
Perhaps remind us what he said.
He went to the issues around, as we have obviously referenced the fact that this is a sovereign decision for Solomon Islands, but that it's obviously an issue that has implications for regional security and therefore is of interest to him. Similarly, Samoan Prime Minister Fiame has publicly stated just yesterday that the matter should be considered by the Pacific Island Forum in the context of the Bikitara and Bao declarations, and the Tongan Prime Minister just yesterday indicated publicly that
In the context of the what declaration? The Boe?
the Bikitara and Bao
Oh.
declarations.
Yep.
And the Tongan Prime Minister yesterday indicated in the course of some public comments too that he would like to see the issue addressed in the forthcoming PIF meeting. So I think...
When
you
is
know,
the next PIF meeting?
Senator Elizabeth Peake, acting head of the Office of the Pacific. We anticipate the next Pacific Island Forum leaders meeting will be in June, in the early part of June.
And who is hosting?
Fiji is
Fiji.
chair.
And has there been further comment or further engagement from Fiji?
Yes, Fiji has engaged extensively with the
Yes,
Solomon
so
Islands,
we-
but nothing on the public record.
Right. Okay.
Nothing more on the public record. And just to add one element, you'll recall from Mr McDonald's evidence last week that the Federated States of Micronesia had also made public statement about their concerns and requests for regional discussions on this issue.
As yet, has it been agreed that it be part of the PIF agenda?
It has not yet.
Has there been any public opposition to same?
No, not that we are aware of.
Have any representations been made that you can share with me?
Senator, yes, in all of our representations, we have made the point that this is a matter of regional security and it should be the subject of a discussion in the Pacific family and in the Pacific Islands Forum specifically.
And I'm sorry, if perhaps this goes back to the original question, but engagement directly with Prime Minister Sogavare by Australians?
On the PIF,
No, more broadly.
so there had, on consultations in this last week,
Yes.
so Mr McDonald has met with the Prime Minister Sogavare this week. He met with him on Tuesday, I think is the...
Correct.
So he has met with the Prime Minister, separate to other meetings,
Yes. In addition to other meetings?
in addition to
Okay.
other meetings.
Thank you.
Yes.
Chair, I haven't got anything further on Solomon Islands, so if others have questions, I was going to move to Ukraine after this.
Move to the Ukraine, I think.
No one else on?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you have any further?
Hello.
Katrina Cooper, Deputy Secretary, Southeast Asia and Global Partners Group.
Thank you. Okay, Ms Cooper, I'm just going to start first with asking you to give an update. Thank you.
Sure, Senator. There has been further developments, as we've all seen, since we last met, and now day 42. And according to the UN High Commission of Human Rights, there have been more than 3,500 Ukrainian civilian casualties, including more than 1,400 deaths and 2,000 injuries, although the number is likely to be higher. The number of displaced people has increased since we met last week. The number provided by the International Organisation for Migration indicates that more than 11 million people have now fled their homes. That's up 1 million from when we last spoke. More than 7.1 million have been internally displaced within Ukraine, and more than 4 million have fled abroad. And you will recall that the pre-war population was 44 million, so that is precisely a quarter of the population. Thousands of troops on both sides have been killed. Again, these are just estimates, but the latest estimate is between 7,000 and 15,000 Russian troops. That's quite a broad range, but it's difficult to ascertain, obviously. and
Sorry, 7,000
to
to
15,000
sorry, what's
Russian troops
have been.
have been killed. So most estimates put it around 10 to 12, but
Yep.
the lowest is at 7, the highest is at 15. This is a NATO
Yep.
official most recently.
Thank you.
And President Zelensky has most recently said 1,300 Ukrainian troops have been killed, but again, that is an old figure. There could be likely to be more. In terms of the conflict on the ground, you recall last week I said that when we talked about Russian advances, they'd been limited by Ukrainian opposition, but it's obviously very significant. Russian forces have now retreated from the outskirts of Kiev following strong Ukrainian resistance, and Ukrainian forces have retaken the territory around Kiev. It looks likely that the Russians are consolidating and organising in the east to focus on deployment there in the Donbass region. The city of Mariupol, which has been prominent in media reporting and is strategically important because it provides a land bridge to the Crimean Peninsula, is being fiercely contested by Russia and Ukrainian forces, and there are widespread reports of as many as 100,000 civilians trapped in the city, and of Russian forces preventing access for humanitarian assistance in Mariupol. We have also seen public reports and from international organisations following the retreat from Kiev of civilian deaths and just atrocities around Kiev, prominently Bucha, but also reports are coming out from the areas of Irpin and Borodyanka. There have been reports overnight that there's probably more to come because lots of the areas around Kiev are covered in rubble. Indications of executions, rape, which look prima facie to constitute war crimes. You will know, Senator, that there's been a referral to the International Criminal Court, and Australia supported that referral. And we've also offered 2 specialised Australian personnel to assist the court with those investigations. The response from the international community, as you will be following, has been very strong, as has Australia's. I would like to update you on the support that Australia has been providing, if I can. The number of sanctions that we have imposed to date is on 488 individuals and 33 entities. I can go through the details of any of these sanctions if you would like. In regards to economic sanctions, we've also banned the import of Russian oil, refined petroleum products, coal and gas. We've banned the export of alumina and bauxite to Russia, and we've banned the export of luxury goods, including wine, cosmetics and parts for luxury vehicles. We will also withdraw Russia's entitlement to most favoured nation tariff treatment and apply an additional tariff of 35% on all imports from Russia and Belarus. That will become effective from the 25th of April. And that approach is quite similar to the approaches being taken by other like-mindeds. We're also providing humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. At this stage, the total is $65 million of humanitarian funding to help meet the urgent needs of the Ukrainian people. With Australia's support, the estimate is that UN agencies and humanitarian partners have reached more than 1.4 million people in Ukraine with humanitarian assistance since the 24th of February. The breakdown of that humanitarian assistance comprises $15 million to the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. That goes for water, sanitation, hygiene, food, shelter and protection services. $10 million to the UN Refugee Agency in neighbouring countries for shelter, emergency relief items and psychosocial support. 10 million to other trusted humanitarian partners in Ukraine and neighbouring countries for food, water, shelter, hygiene, health services and essential infrastructure. Another 10 million through NGOs under the Australian Humanitarian Partnership to meet the critical protection needs of children, including people living with a disability and those facing risks of gender-based violence. We're also providing funding to the UN Population Fund, that's 8 million, the World Food Programme, that's another 10 million, and Emergency Action Alliance Appeal, that's another 2 million. We're also providing some support under the Australian-UK Humanitarian Partnership and working with the UK to provide humanitarian support to refugees in Ukraine and Moldova. We've provided $116 million so far in defensive military assistance for the Ukrainian armed forces, and we are providing Ukraine with 70,000 tonnes of thermal coal. We're also taking measures internationally to restrict our engagement with Russia, and in the multilateral arena we're using a range of levers to impose costs on Russia and Belarus, including in the multilateral system, and that includes joint statements in a multitude of fora with like-mindeds condemning Russia and Belarus and working with partners to exclude or sideline Russia in forums that matter to them. We've supported 2 UNGA resolutions which were adopted with overwhelming support. Thank you.
Thank you for the update, Ms Cooper. Both heartbreaking and grim.
And worsening.
All right, where to start? I've just worked through a few things. Day 42, I think you said. Would you agree that the extent of resistance and the difficulties, well, the contest, bloody contest, that Russia has faced, essentially Ukrainian resistance has exceeded what military strategic assessments prior to the invasion might have predicted?
Yeah, that is our assessment, Senator, and that accords with fairly broad assessments across the globe. It was at the beginning of the outbreak anticipated that the size and strength of the Russian military would overwhelm the Ukrainian military and government. That's not happened. We've seen that particularly around the capital in Kiev, but more widespread. And we can see the images around Kiev now particularly, but also elsewhere, of military Russian hardware abandoned. There are indications of supply problems, communication problems, problems around what the objectives of the troops on the ground is, what they think it is, what it actually is. So communication problems overall. So yes, Senator, we would agree with those assessments that the Ukrainian resistance has been much more successful than anticipated either by Russia or indeed by the international community.
Which is a good thing.
It's a very good thing.
Can I go now to the refugee or displaced persons challenge? So 11 million, I mean, this is out of one country in Europe, unprecedented since the 1940s, 1930s, 40s. So 4 million abroad, 7.1 internal. I assume, and had engagement with the Polish ambassador too, I assume the majority of the 4 million have gone to Poland?
Yeah, I don't have an
What's the-
updated figure for Poland today, but I recall that last Friday it was about 2.1,
Two something,
2.3
right,
million
okay.
in Poland.
And are we providing support to Poland?
Some of our support is going to Poland. I could ask our Head of Humanitarian Assistance, James Skilling, to come to the table.
So I don't want to get distracted from
Okay.
taking you through this, but perhaps someone can come back and tell me, is there any additional support to Poland over and above the multilateral and regional support that you described in your update on the humanitarian assistance, and what, if any, what is the international community's plan to deal with supporting Poland in a time of that kind of influx?
I can provide you with further details during the course of the day.
Yeah,
or-
perhaps if we could come back to that, because it's a sort of separate bit. Can I ask about, do you have any advice that you can share with the committee about the extent to which both resistance and casualties on the Russian side differ from Russian expectations prior to invasion?
We don't have any granularity on that, no, Senator, but I think it would be logical to say that given that they expected a fairly quick defeat, they would have anticipated fewer casualties.
What's the public evidence of the anticipation of a quick defeat? Is this the information the US put into the public arena previously, or?
Well, in the public arena, Senator, there was the evidence of the enormous build-up of troops, so it was a significant a number of troops amassed, which indicated that the invasion was going to be a large-scale invasion and not a small invasion to take a small part of Russia. Of Ukraine, my apologies, thank you, Senator. And most of the assessments of the anticipated Russian outcomes are really drawn from, the ones in the public domain are drawn from military commentators.
Okay. Can I go now to the objectives point that you raised, and I've sort of two angles on that. The first was you said that there appeared to be some confusion within the Russian forces about specific objectives. You might not have used the adjective specific, about what their objectives were. You also have told us, as per the public reports, Russian forces have appeared to retreat from Kiev and are consolidating in the Donbass, correct?
Correct.
Can you give us any information about, from that one could infer a set of changed objectives, or a set of objectives that might not have been what was originally, what originally appeared to be the objectives with the attack on Kiev in particular. But what can you tell us about what assessments there are of Russia's medium-term objectives now?
Information is coming to light all of the time,
Sure.
and this is an exercise in assessment, not an exercise in fact, and there are very different sources of information.
Sure.
Some in the
You can
classified and some
with
not.
that. Well, you say what you can in this committee,
Yes,
but
of
obviously it's also with the caveat, isn't it? We know
Yes, of course. Yes.
we had a lot of assessments before as well.
Yeah. So I'd go back to the comment that I was making about the assessments of the hardware and the indications drawn from that on what Russia's objective was. And indeed, the initial part of the invasion did look like they were focused on taking Kiev.
Yep.
And it was only when they failed to make progress in Kiev that they withdrew. So the assessment from that is that that was their original objective. They failed to meet that objective and they have withdrawn. We also know, of course, that that eastern Ukraine is a significant objective, long-standing objective of Russia, along with the Crimean Peninsula. So that's the Donbass region in the east. There is no. There are, we're seeing some evidence of increasing activity in that region. So the assessment is that best analysis is that they are regrouping to come back in more strongly into Donbass, given that that is assessed to be their primary strategic objective. So the Donbass region and a land bridge to the Crimean Peninsula, which would give them the eastern part of Ukraine down to the Crimean Peninsula and better access in the Sea Azov through the Black Sea. So it's an assessment.
Okay. We've seen horrific reports this week and you averted to them. Butcher, but as you correctly identified, I think you said Borodianka?
Borodianka.
Borodianka, so I
Most
can't even read
recently
my own
overnight.
writing.
Yeah.
But we would anticipate the likelihood of more horrific facts, images, stories emerging.
Look, unfortunately,
Yeah.
that's likely to be the case,
Yeah.
yes.
Mass graves found in Bucha.
Yes.
President Zelensky has labelled this a genocide.
He has.
410 bodies found. And the reporting is graphic and horrific. I think we all condemn this in the strongest terms. I think you've said the response to these atrocities, if I may summarise, are continued sanctions and assistance of 2 people to the ICC, correct?
Correct.
And the Foreign Minister is, of course, in Brussels today, at the NATO meeting.
Yeah, she's in Brussels. Yes, doing.
So I expect that the Foreign Minister will be engaging with like-mindeds and will have some further insights into steps forward.
Well, I did want to ask about that. I mean, we've got the UNSG calling for an investigation into the massacre. Can you tell me what the status of that, and can you tell me what other forums, if any, are preparing to conduct investigations into violation of humanitarian law by Russian forces in Ukraine?
Could you repeat the question, please, Senator?
The UN Secretary-General has called for an independent investigation into the massacre in Bucha. Can you tell me what the status of that is?
I can tell you that there are a number of activities going on in terms of accountability to hold Russia accountable.
Tell me what they are.
As I mentioned earlier, there's been a referral to the International Criminal Court for investigation. That was 40 countries which did that, including Australia. Australia's also co-sponsored a Human Rights Council resolution to establish an independent commission of inquiry into violations and abuses of human rights and violations of international humanitarian law. We continue to advocate, of course, for Russia to uphold its obligations under international humanitarian law.
But they're not, are they? They're not, are they?
They are not.
And they appear to be acting with impunity.
Well, impunity would imply that no measures are being taken against them, Senator, and I don't think
they
that would be
appear
an
to be
accurate
acting without
comment.
any regard to international law and norms,
That would be accurate.
and that there is no line. Is there?
Well, all of the efforts that have been taken by the international community to hold them to account, but they continue. Senator, you are right
I'm not
commit those
getting
atrocities.
into whether the response is sufficient yet, but I'm making a different point, which is Russia's behaviour demonstrates its unwillingness to comply with the norms the international community
Correct.
has established.
Absolutely correct.
And there appears to be no willingness or acceptance of those willingness to adhere to or acceptance of those norms.
That appears to be correct, Senator.
But would it be fair to say that some of the sanctions that are being applied are having domestic impacts in Russia, which may, in the longer or shorter term, and give us your assessment, make this dictatorship reconsider its position?
Yes, Senator, that is a good question, and I can provide you.
I was going to go to sanctions shortly,
can-
but
Oh, all right. I was intervening out of genuine interest.
yeah,
not
I
in-
was. I think we
so
should.
if
I've
you're
got a
gonna
whole
go
section on
there-
sanctions, if that's okay.
I can come back to that.
Thank you. All right, so we've been part of a referral to the ICC. We've co-sponsored a UNHRC. Are there any other forums planning to conduct investigations into violations of international law violations by Russian forces in Ukraine?
There are many groups that are coming together to press for accountability, Senator, but they're the primary ones, the ones that I've
Okay.
outlined.
The United States and the United Kingdom have called for Russia's expulsion from the UN Human Rights Council.
Correct.
Have we joined that?
We've co-sponsored that resolution.
Right, that's the resolution you referenced earlier?
Correct.
I'm sorry, I thought that was a declaratory resolution. That's
Apologies,
what you
that is a
described.
declaratory resolution. Yes, but we are supporting that, yes, the expulsion.
Right, so we supported a declaratory resolution,
Yes.
but what would be required in order to expel Russia from the UN Human Rights Council?
I think it's a vote in the UN General Assembly.
It's a General Assembly vote, is
Of
it?
2/3 of the people who vote.
Right. And are we part of trying to assemble that?
We are, Senator.
I note that in response to, well, all of this has been horrific and tragic, but you would agree, would you not, that the documented massacre and human rights abuses reports in Bucha have, we have a new level of gravity of behaviour.
I would agree with that,
Yeah.
Senator.
In response to those reports, I would note that a number of countries have expelled Russian diplomats, and I use the word diplomat. I understand, and I wouldn't mind, I'd like you to tell me, perhaps update this or confirm what you can, that there have been over 200 diplomatic staff expelled from the following countries: Italy, Denmark, Sweden, Spain, Latvia, Estonia, France, Germany, Slovenia, Lithuania. The European Union has declared persona non grata a group of Russian officials working with its institutions, and the US expelled Russian diplomats from the UN mission in New York following the invasion of Ukraine in February. Can you just confirm that what I've just outlined is correct?
I would confirm that all of that is correct, Senator, except with the US expulsions from the UN, they were already in train prior
True.
to the invasion. So
True.
they weren't
But they
actually
did
response.
coincide, because
The departure coincided, yes.
they coincided with the invasion, yeah. And are there any other countries who have expelled diplomats that I've missed in the list?
These numbers, these expulsions are happening as we speak.
Right, so they're
there
in
are a
real
large
time.
number, yes, in real
And
time.
we also expelled Russian diplomatic staff in 2018 in response to the Novichok attack against Sergei Skripal.
We did.
And in relation to those countries who have expelled diplomats that I've gone through, how many of those have been, I think all of them are below head of mission level, is that correct?
Except for Lithuania.
Sorry, I apologise, you're right, Lithuania. But others have expelled lower level staff.
Correct.
And what retaliatory action has Russia taken in relation to those expulsions?
At this stage, they have indicated they will take retaliatory actions,
But have not yet done so.
not yet done so.
And would you anticipate those retaliatory actions to involve, again, this is an assessment, okay, but based on historical practice, one country expels a certain number at a certain level, you get an equivalent response.
Oftentimes that's the case, yes. That's what happened in the Skripal case, for
Right, so
example.
we
Yes.
expelled 2 of theirs, and they expelled a couple of ours.
Correct.
How many Russian diplomatic staff are here in Australia, or are you not able to tell me that?
I can come back to you with a precise number.
Okay. But more than the head of mission?
Definitely more than the head of mission,
Yes.
yes.
And the current, just to confirm, the current advice to Russia is do not travel on Smart Traveller, isn't it?
It is, Senator.
Can you explain to me why it is we were prepared to expel Russian diplomats in relation to a Novichok attack on Sergei Skripal, which was, you know, there was rightly a very strong international response to that. But we're not prepared to look at or to expel Russian diplomats when we are confronted with what we see in Bucha.
So, Senator, I think the government's been clear that that remains an option for them.
This, my question remains.
And
Like, I understand, I do understand the logic of being cautious to get to an expulsion point, right? I understand the architecture of the diplomatic operating system and the arguments to make sure we have lines of communication. I've explained that publicly. But there is a line.
yes, Senator.
There must be a line where a country so demonstrates its unwillingness to adhere to international norms, where those considerations are outweighed by the need to demonstrate even more strongly that, you know, there are diplomatic costs.
Yes, Senator. And I think the government has been clear that this is a matter under consideration.
So what is the line? I mean, if Bucha is not the line, what
We're
is the
also
line?
very conscious that our post in Moscow...
I understand that, which is what I referenced before.
that there are 2,500 Australians in Russia.
And there, I'm sure, were Italians, Danes, Swedes, Spaniards, Latvians, Estonians, French and German, Slovenian and Lithuanian citizens as well. Probably.
Some of those posts may be larger than ours as well.
Right. I assume you have contingency arrangements in the event that retaliation is at the more disproportionate end of the scale, correct?
We do, Senator.
Right, and I assume, if sanctions are working, you have assumed, therefore, that Russia may respond similarly to sanctions as to diplomatic expulsion.
We are,
Well,
Senator.
there you go. So this is not unanticipated.
It's not unanticipated.
But I ask the minister: what's the line? If we're prepared to expel over the Skripal affair or poisoning attack, why are we not doing it now?
I think, as the Secretary has outlined, all responses and measures remain under active consideration, noting the Foreign Minister's presence in Brussels at the moment, her meeting with the Secretary-General and her counterparts from a range of nations. All of those things are still being considered, noting, as I understand it, none of the Five Eyes partners have taken the measures yet that other countries you've listed
We're also
have.
partners with, we're a NATO partner. And there are Germany, France, and the list I mentioned. So we don't just, anyway.
Indeed, but I think the Secretary's point is quite right. Nothing's off the table, and all these measures remain under active consideration.
So if we're not prepared to trigger this diplomatic action when there's clear evidence of a war crime, what would it take?
As I say, I think...
Well, that's my question. If we're not prepared to trigger diplomatic action in the face of a war crime, what does it take?
Well, the Foreign Minister and the Department are working closely with our partners to make sure that every step we take is measured and indeed appropriate, and that nothing has been ruled out in regards to this.
Okay. Well, tell me what's different between this and 2018.
Well, look, I don't...
Well, someone else can answer. I
Yes.
appreciate your representing.
I can talk about this situation and I could only speculate in 2018.
Well, no, I'm asking a question about our consistency and the government's consistency. I know the arguments. I've put them. including to parliamentary colleagues from all sides about this. But I think there was a line crossed. We crossed a line when we had this sort of credible evidence of a war crime. That's my view. Others may not share it. But my question actually is, can someone explain to me the government approach to the consistency in the government approach to this? Why Skripal but not this?
What I can say, Senator, and you, I know you have said this and know this, that having a mechanism, not just Australia but more broadly, mechanisms through which to have negotiations, to apply pressure, to call on the aggressor, in this case Russia, to withdraw troops, find a diplomatic off-ramp, negotiate peace, etc.
I don't think they want a diplomatic
consideration.
off-ramp though, do they?
Well, they have withdrawn from Kiev, which is a good
That's a strategic retreat.
which
not
is
a
a good
diplomatic
sign.
off-ramp. But
We
that-
are, I
that-
would also say,
sorry.
we're in regular daily contact with like-minded countries, including the European countries you've mentioned, but
Yep.
also the United States, Canada and the UK, none of which have yet expelled diplomats. So you have listed a range of European countries which have taken action. We are not, though, the only country, significant country, that has not yet
No, I'm not suggesting
taken that action.
I understand.
So, and all of those countries, I think it is fair to say, understand and have under consideration expulsions, which is, as you know, a lever that is always under consideration in situations like this. And when that lever is pulled or not pulled depend very much on the circumstances of the situation. So there's the humanitarian abuses, the crimes are horrendous. You are right, Senator. But in any given situation, there are a range of factors to weigh. And it is under
what
active
I find hard
consideration.
to understand is why those factors weighed in favour of expulsion in relation to Sergei Skripal, but do not weigh in favour of expulsion of some diplomats in circumstances such as what we've seen.
That remains on the table.
Okay, when did the... because I think there is bipartisan agreement that obviously only a court can determine this, but it appears that there have been crimes against humanity, crimes against international law committed, correct?
You're right, Senator. Only court can determine that. There's strong prima facie evidence of that. It's been referred to the International Criminal Court, and Australia's providing two
I
people to
understand
help
that,
with
but I'm saying, you know, are we really saying that where there is credible evidence of a war crime that we wouldn't take stronger diplomatic action?
No, Senator, what we're saying is we have that under active
Okay.
consideration.
When did the government first? Sure.
And tell me if you don't want to answer this question, if it's too sensitive, but as I understand the evidence, everything is on the table, and with certain things being on the table, are we in active discussions with like-mindeds so that if a certain action, let's pick at random, expulsions were to occur, there might not only be Australia, but a number of countries might act in concert to effect a bigger and more emphatic outcome with expulsions, rather than Australia doing it today and then another country 3 days later, but that we try and act in concert. Is that part of the considerations?
Senator, throughout this process we have worked closely with like-mindeds to ensure the maximum impact of actions. If you look at the sanction regime, we have worked very closely with our partners. As I said,
that is what made me ask the question, seeing how we had acted.
So we had acted.
Yeah.
And of course, with the Minister for Foreign Affairs in Brussels today, being able to talk to many of her counterparts, this is another opportunity to explore likely actions from like-minded countries.
And so this is very, very serious. It nearly sounds flippant to say, but is it appropriate to say watch this space?
The government has been clear that all actions remain on the table, Senator.
Now,
And
Senator
I
Wong,
would add,
I've-
Senator Betsy, if I may, that
Yeah.
expulsions, of course, are, each country will make its own sovereign decision on those
yes,
because
of
of the
course.
bilateral implications and ramifications of those. So in regards to the sanctions, we are actively working in concert with like-minded countries so that the impact of those sanctions can be as broad as possible, and to close the loopholes. We are in close consultation with our like-mindeds because we consider that to be important, but the decision on expulsions is always a decision for each sovereign country.
Now, Senator Wong, I've got a few of my colleagues wanting to ask a few quick questions on the Ukraine as well.
Sure, I've got a sort of reasonably large section, certain detailed questions on sanctions. Do you want me to hold them while others do
Well,
this?
Senator Dan has gone. Senator Fawcett, when would you like to ask yours, now or on sanctions?
I've got two groups of questions. One's applicable now because it was talking about the ICC, etc. So I'll ask that perhaps after your sanctions. I'll ask some questions
All right.
there.
Great. Thank you. Senator Wong.
Sorry.
did
You
want a
wanted to
question
ask
now?
one now. Oh, sorry.
I'll do
Yep.
the ICC ones now.
I
Yeah, that's fine.
misunderstood.
Follow
Yes,
your
Senator
sanctions.
Fawcett has the call.
Yes, I'm aware that Australia is part of a group of 39 countries that have referred potential war crimes to the ICC. I'm not sure if you're aware of Professor Rothwell's, he's a Professor of International Law at the ANU, and his opinion that the ICC doesn't have jurisdiction over the crimes of aggression, which is possibly the crime that President Putin could most likely be tried for, and has put forward the concept of a grouping of nations like in 1945 the Nuremberg trial to actually come together to provide a forum. Has there been any consideration here or with other partners as to a parallel path to the ICC process?
Thank you, Senator. That would be a question for our Senior Legal Advisor, Adam McCarthy, but we do know Don Rothwell very well.
Thank you very much, Senator. Adam McCarthy, First Assistant Secretary, Legal Division and Chief Legal Officer. Yes, Senator, I'm aware of the article by Mr Rothwell. He is certainly correct that Russia is not a state party to the ICC statute, the Treaty of Rome. However, Ukraine did sign provisions that provided the ICC with jurisdiction over crimes committed on its territory. It signed that, I'll need to check my notes, but I think on the 29th of November 2013. The view of the court is that it has jurisdiction over the territory where crimes that are outlaid in the statute, being genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes, occur. So, provided it can be, a reasonable view can be formed that any of those crimes may have occurred on the territory of the Ukraine, then the court will regard itself as having jurisdiction.
And over the specific crime of aggression, I think it was one of Professor Rothwell's points that the ICC didn't have jurisdiction over that, but that may be one of the primary charges that could be levied against President Putin personally.
Senator, that's a slightly more complicated issue. There are 3 crimes under the Treaty of Rome that the ICC currently has jurisdiction for, those being war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide. It was always envisaged that there would be a 4th crime, the crime of aggression, that would in due course be added to the statute. That process is still ongoing. There has been a crime of aggression that's been agreed, but it hasn't entered into a definition thereof, but it hasn't entered into force. So I think the relevant point is the ICC doesn't have that jurisdiction at all. That is still an ongoing process. But when one looks at obviously the really appalling scenes that we're all seeing, it will be a matter that waits in the final analysis for a court, but obviously in terms of those other 3 crimes, being war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide, there's going to be credible cases to be made.
Sure. So I accept that. Come back to my original question. Are there any discussions, either internally or with other partners, around a parallel path to that option of an international tribunal?
Well, Senator, there are all sorts of conversations, I think, going on, and all sorts of discussions in the international community about a range of steps that may or may not be taken. What I would say is we are part of the 40 countries that have referred this to the ICC. The ICC prosecutor has already commenced his investigations into the situation in Ukraine. There's a clear argument. I don't want to prejudge the court, but obviously, as we said, when one looks at what is taking place on the ground, there's obviously clearly going to be a legitimate case to be made. That mechanism is there. It has jurisdiction. Obviously, that should be our first and primary focus.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Senator Wong.
Senator Wong.
Thank you. Now, you've given evidence, Secretary and Ms Cooper, that these options are under consideration. I just want to ask, when the department was first tasked with presenting options on diplomatic consequences, including the expulsion of diplomatic staff?
Senator, I'd have to take the exact detail on notice, but my recollection is that this has been a factor for consideration from the commencement of the invasion.
Okay, on sanctions. You had a long list, Ms Cooper, that you read. I don't suppose it's possible to table that list, maybe not your own notes, but...
I'm sure that we could table a list of sanctions. They're all publicly available.
Yeah,
so
just a consolidated
I'll
one
get
for the
that for
committee
you.
would be,
Certainly
because
we
they're
can table
obviously...
them during the
Sorry,
day.
I'm talking over you, go.
That's okay. Please go
You
on.
finish.
I was saying we can table them during the day. We'll get the...
It just might be
full list
easy,
of
obviously,
sanctions.
they're cumulative.
They
And so
are.
having it consolidated as opposed to the sequence over time would be
Yeah,
useful.
we can get you that. There have been 14 tranches so far.
I was going to say there are 14 tranches. Now, can you just confirm for me that I think last week the Minister announced the first set of sanctions initiated under the amended components of the Autonomous Sanctions Act, commonly known as Magnitsky-style sanctions. They were sanctions of 14, was it? Russian individuals responsible for the serious corruption that Mr. Magnitsky exposed, and 25 accomplices of his abuse and death, is that right? Perpetrators and accomplices?
Yes, those were...
Right, so just to be clear, the only Magnitsky sanctions, well, that is sanctions under the legislation was passed at the end of last year, are actually in relation to the late Sergei Magnitsky.
Mr Walters at the table, Senator, to answer those questions.
Andrew Walter, First Assistant Secretary, Regulatory Legal Division. That's correct, but there are others under consideration.
Right, but we haven't actually utilised the new Magnitsky-style powers in relation to any Russian individual as a consequence of Ukraine.
That's correct. But as you'd be aware, Senator, shortly after the invasion of Ukraine, the country-based scheme was modified to make it more expansive in terms of the individual entities that could be listed.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Sorry. Shortly after the invasion of Ukraine, the government made amendments to the country-based sanctions regime with respect to Russia to make it easier to list an expanded list of entities and individuals in relation to Ukraine.
The grounds differ from the amended components of the Autonomous Sanctions Act under the new regime?
So the new Russia sanctions regime in the regulations make it possible to list entities that are of strategic importance to Russia, individuals and entities. So that is broader than the previous regime, which was...
I understand that, but my question wasn't that. I understand you expanded, and I assume that the delegated legislation is within power, but that's another point.
You can assume that.
But I'm actually asking, I'm just confirming, my recollection is the grounds for sanctioning under the extended pre-existing regime, the pre-existing regime, even as extended, differ from the grounds which are available to government under the Magnitsky-style sanctions.
Yes, no, that's correct.
The latter deal with human rights abuses in part.
Human rights, corruption
Correct.
and cyber, whereas the Russia scheme under the Autonomous Sanction Act is far, regulations are far broader.
Goes to, what do you say the grounds are?
So the grounds are, we can list any entity or individual of strategic importance.
Strategic importance, but not specifically for human rights abuse.
That's correct. So it encompasses a wider range
Why
of
would we not
circumstances.
have, and I understand, well, why would we not have used sanctions in relation to the abuse of human rights on Russian individuals?
So there's a couple of factors that go to play in terms of which tool we decide to use in which circumstance. So given that the situation in Ukraine has been evolving, and certainly in early days there was no evidence of the necessary human rights abuses that we could rely on to make a listing, we use our broader Russia-based sanctions regime because it's faster and more effective. It also allows us to target entities such as banks, which won't necessarily be directly involved in human rights abuses.
Okay. What about now?
What about now? The question would be, is there anyone who has been committing human rights abuses that have not been picked up in the current sanctions regime? And we'd need to work through that.
Have you been tasked with that?
So what we are doing is we are, with our partners, undertaking I guess a rolling series of sanctions where we are looking at a range of individuals and entities to see what sanctions we would impose, and of course consideration of individuals who have been engaged in atrocities would be a relevant consideration.
Right, but have you been asked by the government, in the face of the growing public evidence of war crimes, or as Ms Cooper more correctly indicates, a strong prima facie case of war crimes, have you been tasked by the government to consider or not whether those merit sanctions of individuals or entities for human rights abuse?
If I may, Senator, because that sort of assessment comes to the bilateral area, we work very closely with the sanctions team to decide who to sanction and how to sanction. I think what Mr Walter is indicating is that speed is important in this case.
Ms Cooper, I understood what he was saying.
How quickly you can implement them is a very important consideration. Gathering enough information to determine whether or not there's a human rights abuse that would meet the threshold is a much more time-consuming
the threshold
exercise.
under the legislation?
Under the Magnitsky sanctions regime, whereas the autonomous sanctions regime is very broad. The Russian-specific autonomous regime is very broad and enables us to move very quickly. We have, as I said, imposed 14 tranches of sanctions.
Yeah, I understand that. I've heard all that.
We have had a team of 20 people dedicated for almost 24 hours a day since the 24th of February to implement the sanctions. So working quickly is important.
I understand that.
And it doesn't preclude subsequently, that is a decision for government, of course, Magnitsky-style sanctions.
Okay. But my question was, I can't remember now after your very long answer, which was probably the point of the answer, if I may say, and you assisted him greatly, I'm sure. But there is legislation which the Parliament has passed with bipartisan support that Labor, requested to get onto the parliamentary program at the end of last year so it would get passed, which specifically deals with human rights abuses. I understand the regime, the broader strategic importance regime under the Autonomous Sanctions Act and regulations that was averted to. But there is a clear signal if there are sanctions imposed for human rights abuse. That is, I mean, international law, as you know, is difficult to enforce and often not enforced. So it acts as a normative standard as much as an enforceable standard. And there is a clear signal from a country like Australia and others saying, we are going to sanction you because we believe your regime has demonstrably committed human rights abuses. No?
Well, this goes back to an evidence
Right, well, let's...
of a human rights abuse, but I would say that...
Well, hang on, no, please, don't go on,
Yeah.
because I think that's an important point. Are you saying that what we have seen is insufficient evidence?
No, I'm not saying that, Senator.
Well, then what is the threshold under the legislation that you're concerned about? So we should change it.
I'm not concerned about a threshold, Senator.
Sorry, I thought you did say there was an evidentiary threshold. I might have misunderstood your evidence.
I was focused on the amount of time it takes to prepare
Okay.
the recommendations on sanctions, the statements of case that are required in order to comply with the regulation. And my evidence, Senator, is that the autonomous sanctions regime for Russia is broad, enables us to move quickly to impose an unprecedented number of sanctions very quickly, and they include army commanders, deputy defence ministers, mercenary, in fact the whole Russian defence industry have been sanctioned under the autonomous sanctions regime.
But that's not, I mean, they're not stopping. Right? And I'm actually making a slightly different point to the imposition of sanctions. I'm making a point about, you know, the articulation of a normative principle, which is we're going to do something in response to Bucha and whatever else we're now going to see. We're going to do something in relation to the forcible transfer of Ukrainian people into parts of the Ukrainian territory, also a violation of international humanitarian law, and I want to raise gender-based violence. Now, we know one of the great tragedies of the history of conflict is that it often manifests for women and girls as sexual violence. And, you know, it's often hard for people to discuss and talk about, but I think it's important that it be named. And I think the international community has, over the last decades, become much more focused on identifying and naming it and seeking some justice. We have a growing number of public reports of sexual violence and rape being used as a weapon of war in Ukraine. Obviously, sickening and horrific. I'd like to start with, first, the UN architecture. Can you tell me how the United Nations looks to address reports of gender-based violence in conflicts, including rape as a weapon of war?
Senator Kathy Klugman, I'm Deputy Secretary for Development and Multilateral Group. Bit of a time lag operating here, but I just wanted to, on your previous questions, the government has tasked the department to consider listings under our Magnitsky legislation, one, and secondly, none of our fellow Magnitsky regime like-mindeds, other countries that have Magnitsky-style legislation in place, have actually used that head of sanction power against Russia in the current conflict. Of course, there's a lot of sanctions against Russian individuals and entities that have been passed under various Magnitsky legislation, including ours, but not yet in relation to events in the aggression in Ukraine. But the government has made it clear to us, and we have been explicitly tasked to keep that absolutely in the mix.
Fair enough. UN responses to what, the UN mechanisms? The question went related to, can you just remind us of the United Nations or international mechanisms to address reports of gender-based violence in conflicts, including the rape as a weapon of war?
My understanding, Senator, is that the UN mechanisms that apply to atrocities along the lines that you're talking about are the same as those that we've already been discussing in terms of the International Criminal Court. I mean, the UN itself can do things through the Human Rights Council, it can do things through the United Nations Security Council, which of course is subject to the fact that Russia has a veto in the UN Security Council. And it can also do things through the UN General Assembly. In some cases, the ability of the UN General Assembly to act is mediated through the Security Council, so it requires references.
But obviously,
to some extent in some cases.
I mean, the position the UN General Assembly took in relation to Russia differed from that from the Security Council, and that was an important diplomatic a signal from the international community, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And on the question you raised earlier about Russia's moves, including by Australia, to suspend, we can't expel, but to suspend Russia from the Human Rights Council, that will ultimately be a matter for the General Assembly. And it requires a 2/3
Yeah, I think
vote
the Secretary said that,
of
yeah.
those present and voting, and abstentions don't count.
So is that an absolute or a simple majority?
Simple majority.
Simple 2/3 of it, right.
No, 2/3 is not a simple majority.
Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Is it absence or simple? In other words, when you said 2/3 of those who turn up, then you said and abstentions don't count.
They do, so 2/3 have to vote in favour of the proposition.
Of the whole membership?
Of those present and voting.
So abstentions don't count for the purposes of calculating the 2/3?
Correct. That's what I meant.
Sorry, I missed.
Sorry. It was,
the political numbers man here went like, what?
yeah, and I feel very sort of outmanned when it comes to discussions in this forum about voting.
All right. Ms Smith, did you want to add?
Yes, Senator. Natasha Smith, First Assistant Secretary of the Multilateral Policy Division. Just on your question about issues around sexual and gender-based violence, I would note that an independent commission of inquiry into violations of abuses of human rights and violations of international humanitarian law has also been set up under the Human Rights Council. And that would, of course, cover those issues. I don't have the terms of reference exactly, but I would expect that that would cover those issues as well.
Can you tell me what action the government is taking or proposing to take in relation to these gender-based atrocities?
Senator, I think in terms of our engagement through the Human Rights Council, we'll engage, and we already do make statements condemning any use of sexual and gender-based violence as a weapon of war or in any context, and we'll continue to do that through the HRC, through the UN General Assembly, and I would expect through other forums. We've had the Commission on the Status of Women recently, and there was statements there condemning Russia's actions.
So there was statements where?
So we've been making statements with like-mindeds, some of them national
what was
statements.
the UN?
Commission on the Status of Women, which was has just concluded.
I suppose the only point I'd make is this should not just be a woman's issue.
No, not at all,
No,
Senator.
I'm not. I'm not trying to be critical. I'm making a point. The government can take it aboard or not. But I think we have to be. There is so much evidence over so many conflicts of gender-based violence being used as a weapon in conflict. We have really horrific reports out of Ukraine.
Yep.
There are often, historically, real obstacles to survivors obtaining justice because evidentiary difficulties, trauma, etc. And what we can at least try and do is have strong declaratory and normative action that continues to name this as both an atrocity and as shameful.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering is the government proposing through any UN or other fora to be part of making those sorts of statements or taking further action?
Senator, our concerns about the use of rape in war are very prominent, including in statements we've made along the lines that Ms Smith has just outlined. So you've got your declaratory norm-building set of activities in the Human Rights Council, in the General Assembly, in CSW and other things.
Well, is there a General
You've got
Assembly?
your sanctions.
Well, Human Rights Council, you saying that the declaration that Ms Cooper referred to also references sexual violence?
The declaration.
Or the resolution?
We'll have to check that.
We'll have to
for
check
you.
the
I mean,
explicit.
have we sought to push for a resolution either at the Human Rights Council or other fora that talk about this?
My recollection is that these rape in war and atrocities of the kind that you're talking about have been referred to in some of those resolutions.
On Russia?
On Russia?
On Ukraine.
But I'll need to check for you.
Why don't you, I'm encouraging us to be as vocal as possible on this.
And Senator Wong, sorry, just one thing to add also, that the government is providing $8 million to the UN Population Fund to protect displaced women and girls from gender-based violence and ensure access to sexual and reproductive health services.
And we do have, when you finished this line of questioning, Senator, we do have James Skilling available to go through that humanitarian assistance.
Yeah. Have you been tasked with considering any new sanctions against Russian forces or commanders in relation to the sexual and gender-based violence in Ukraine?
We've been tasked...
it's a specific question, though. Please, I don't want to know.
In relation to all human rights abuse.
Right. So can we not have another discussion about strategic importance? You have been tasked with sanctions looking at human rights abuse, including specifically sexual violence.
That's our definition of human rights abuse.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, it would be subsumed or
What's
part of that.
the time frame for government consideration of that?
You will have seen from Ms Cooper's evidence that I think she said there have been 14 separate announcements of sanctions against Russian individuals. So there's no specific time frame. It's an ongoing process, and that's not.
And we are working 2 shifts a day on those sanctions measures to support government in their decision making.
Okay. I have some questions in humanitarian assistance, and then the China-Russia No Limits partnership. Can I say to those, so others may have questions specifically on Ukraine other than humanitarian assistance, I do want to express publicly I can imagine for staff working in this area and the assessments that have to be read every day, I want to express our thanks for the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Senator. We might get Mr Gilling
to do with sanctions, yes, but not specifically Ukraine. I'm conscious that the numbers of casualties and people wounded in Ukraine that were read out before and the actions of Russia there are horrific, and I fully support everything that Australia and its allies are doing. I do notice, though, that according to latest reports by reputable groups such as Reuters and other UN-based groups, that at least 1,500 confirmed people have died in Myanmar. as a result of the coup, potentially hundreds or thousands more. Latest estimates are some 8,800 arbitrarily detained in Myanmar. And we've discussed this here previously. I'm very conscious of the centrality of ASEAN in Australia's response. But given that we now have ASEAN-led response in terms of dealing with the nation of Myanmar and the Tatmadaw, but we also now have the Magnitsky-style autonomous sanctions that can deal with individuals, and given that a number of like-minded partners around the world have sanctioned individuals, I just want to ask the department if you could comment on where Australia is at in our thinking of perhaps using the Magnitsky-style sanctions, given the scale of atrocities that are being committed, albeit no longer on our front pages, in Myanmar.
Well, I just seem to have lost the officer who's responsible for that, but I'm sure she's about to pop back. Senator, the government continues to keep these matters under advisement, and it's hard to predict where the next crisis is going to be, Senator.
These are going to go for a while, I reckon.
These matters remain under consideration by the government.
Ms Cooper, do you have anything more to add to that?
I would just reinforce what the Secretary is saying, under active consideration, Senator.
I might jump in on the back of that. I thought we were still going to do Ukraine, but just while we're on Myanmar, I understand that I think you've given that answer, active consideration, constant review, for some time. I mean, we've had, what are we, in excess of 12 months of military dictatorship, crackdowns against peaceful protest, the detention of thousands of political prisoners, and there's many deaths of many civilians. I'm wondering when the process of constant review might be over.
It's a decision for government, Senator.
We've previously, consistent with Senator, I think, with Senator Fawcett, I mean, we've previously called for the implementation of targeted sanctions against the Tatmadaw and Tatmadaw-linked entities. And I again ask, can the government explain why they're not been implemented?
Senator, I think we've given previous evidence, and as Senator Fawcett summed up, about working with ASEAN.
Well, ASEAN is not the Tatmadaw. That's
on the actions that
I understand
they're taking.
that.
And the government has this matter under consideration, Senator.
Has the government presented a set of options for targeted sanctions in relation to Myanmar to government for advice?
We've provided advice on sanctions, Senator.
When did you provide that last? Or first and last?
I don't have the exact date, Senator. I would say that it is a constant conversation.
The word constant always irritates me because it's actually
Senator.
not true. It's impossible
Regular?
for something to be constant. Regular's fine.
Regular conversation, Senator.
It's not constant.
No, it's regular, you're correct.
It's one of those estimates words officials use.
Like iterative process.
Iterative processes.
We have
That's
some
a good
of those
one.
as well.
Yeah, they should put a little whiteboard up saying, please do not use these words, or the word would have. The phrase would have. Okay. So the government is in possession of advice from the department in relation to targeted sanctions for Myanmar.
That was not my evidence.
What is your
Senator. My
evidence?
evidence was that we are in regular conversations.
Has the government
Minister,
received advice or sought or received advice in relation to targeted sanctions?
Yes.
And when was that advice provided?
We would have to go back and have a look. As I said, it is regular, so I can't give you one specific date, but we can have a
we've
look.
flicked from constant to regular just to make me feel better.
No, but yes.
Yes, she
Because
can
it's
say-
accurate, it is regular. You're correct.
So I understand the diplomatic preference or approach, which says we're going to try and work through ASEAN. I understand the logic of that, but we had, I think, a 5-point consensus agreed in April last year, is that right? And it included immediate cessation of violence, constructive dialogue amongst parties, the appointment of a special ASEAN envoy, provision of humanitarian assistance, and a visit by the envoy to Myanmar. Is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
Which of those have actually resulted in something? We had a envoy.
We've had the recent visit by
And a
the
visit.
special envoy, Prak Sokhonn, yes.
But violence continues.
Violence continues, Senator.
And no, I don't think anybody's suggesting there's constructive dialogue, correct? Or are you suggesting that?
I'm suggesting there's dialogue, Senator.
I still don't understand. Can someone at the table explain to me why we are so reluctant to impose targeted sanctions on the Tatmadaw or officers thereof?
I would, this won't satisfy you, Senator, but I will reiterate previous evidence that we have a number of important considerations in determining whether or not to apply sanctions on Myanmar. They include, of course, as you have mentioned, our support of ASEAN and the ASEAN-led engagement with Myanmar. They also include important consular considerations, of course, including Sean Turnell, who is imprisoned, detained in Myanmar and whose welfare we are most concerned about. And we take that very seriously and weigh that, along with all of the other factors, Senator, in providing advice to government so that government can make a decision on what actions it wishes to take in relation to the situation in Myanmar. I would say, though, Senator, that we are continually using every lever that we have available, bilaterally, multilaterally and regionally, to press for a cessation of violence in Myanmar, to press for the delivery of humanitarian assistance to the people of Myanmar, and to call for a resolution of the current situation. And in fact, we have an arms embargo too in place, Senator. I know you know that. Just to make clear that it's not that we don't have any sanctions. We do have an arms embargo. We've been
Is that
calling
what we
for a
call it?
global
I thought it was
arms
the
embargo.
suspension of the military cooperation.
It's an arms embargo.
Okay.
Yeah. And on the 27th, just the 27th of March, the Foreign Minister joined a number of partners in calling for those countries that continue to supply lethal assistance to the Myanmar regime to stop doing that. Look, Professor Turnell, he's been detained since the 6th of February. It's a case of arbitrary detention, Senator, and we are working closely with his family to secure his release and to return him to Australia. And we are providing consular support. We currently have regular conversations with Professor Turnell, as does his family. They are important to him and to his family.
To him?
Phone calls, I said, Senator, phone calls.
Yeah.
Regular phone calls. They are important to his welfare and to his family, Senator.
Okay.
So that, of course, is not the only factor that weighs in determining what action to take in a situation like this, but it is a factor that is taken into account.
Okay. I had a set of consular cases, he was one of them, but we're jumping all over the place. We're about to have a break. I think my staff tell me that in your introduction, when you went through your brief, you actually did give me all the ODA stuff I need, humanitarian assistance on Ukraine. So,
Yeah, I did.
Sorry, I got focused on other matters, obviously. So my only, do you want to go to the break now? I've just got that's fine.
All right, officials from the Export Finance Australia and Department of Foreign Affairs and trade programs will be disappointed to know that they're not needed, and Australia Trade and Investment Commission and Tourism Australia will be required, but they will be brought on earlier, and I understand discussions are taking place with the Secretariat. and the committee is suspended until 10:45.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. The committee is resumed. Senator Wong has the call.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair. I want to turn now to the No Limits Partnership Statement the two countries, China and Russia, signed in early February, and I wondered if maybe the best way of dealing with this would be for either Ms Lawson or Mr Hayhurst to give us an update as to the department's assessment or view about the nature and consequences of this upgraded partnership.
Justin Hayhurst, Deputy Secretary, Geostrategic Group. Senator, our view of this partnership remains that it is a strategic alignment of concern. It's an overt challenge in our way of thinking to the international order. And although China professes neutrality in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it is in fact enabling Russia's conduct. Moreover, we're watching with growing concern as China media and propaganda outlets amplify Russian disinformation about the conflict. The other thing that I would say is an aspect of the joint statement released when the two leaders met in Beijing centred very much around a sort of a common view about NATO and alliances. And again, our assessment is that China's fundamental position is that the United States and NATO is somehow to blame for these events. It's a view, of course, we do not share. At the same time, again, this is a general assessment. It is clear that China is being cautious about how it's presenting its position publicly and about the issue of sanctions and the possible impact on its own economic and other interests. So that's a broad brush update.
Did you want to add, Ms Lawson? I have further questions. Okay. Do you agree that, or do you I'm going to ask you if you agree, if you don't want to answer it, but I think you'll be fine. Do you agree that China's actions and public statements in relation to the invasion of Ukraine, notwithstanding diplomatic language, represent a departure from their foreign policy orthodoxies of the respect for sovereignty and non-interference?
I think, well, at the risk of disappearing down rabbit holes, China's view is that it's not inconsistent, but I think by any reasonable understanding of support for territorial integrity and sovereignty, no country should be able to support, tacitly or otherwise, Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine.
Has the Chinese government condemned the invasion at any point?
It's not described it as an invasion to my knowledge, nor has it condemned Russia's conduct. What it has done, in broad terms, is call for an end to hostilities and a return to negotiations. And as I say before, some of its official outlets have also sought to portray NATO and the United States as the precipitators of the conflict.
So they acknowledge there's a conflict, they acknowledge these hostilities, but they're not willing to sort of say who is the initiator of it.
I think that's fair, Senator. That's roughly their position.
Thank you. Senator Wong.
And just to confirm again, the 4th February statement specifically refers to NATO.
I don't have it in front of me, but in effect,
The opposition to NATO expansion, I think, was...
one of the things that's new about that statement is China for the first time expressing a public view about European security architecture, which we interpret as code for Russia's view about the expansion of NATO.
Do you... I'm trying to work out how to ask this. There have been quite a few statements made by China. I would like to understand what your assessment is of Beijing's view of Russian behaviour and whether or not there is any latent concern about this occurring, that is the invasion of Ukraine and the human rights abuses we've discussed, occurring so soon after the declaration of a no limits partnership. I'm trying to understand whether it's your assessment that you could share or not, share here, that China is becoming aware of the costs of being so closely aligned in this way.
I think it's a little hard to give any definitive view about the thinking process in Beijing with China's leaders. What we are detecting, however, is in declaratory terms continuing to back strongly Russia internationally. So there is no real evidence of a shift in position or resiling from the principles set out in that 4 February statement. At the same time, as I said before, China is clearly opposed to international sanctions and has said as much, including in its recent joint meeting with the European Union.
Okay, how about I ask it this way? Do you think there are any costs to China internationally from their...
I think there are costs.
Yeah. Do you think those are something that Beijing is aware of?
I think it's hard to say in a system where there's a very strong leader and ideological correctness is the way in which people indicate their good performance within the system. Yeah. So at the moment, China's position is to have formal neutrality, but in effect to enable Russia's conduct. It will take a long time for the system possibly to formally adjust and for real evidence to emerge. But our assessment is that there are costs because it calls into question what China says are fundamental tenets of its foreign policy, such as respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty.
Yep. Anything further on costs people want to add? I'm conscious Senator Rice wanted the call. No?
All right.
Has there been any engagement with... I know that the Foreign Minister met with the Ambassador, who also met with a number of... myself and a number of others, but has there been an engagement at officer level on this issue?
Yes.
With Chinese? Can you tell me about that?
Well, in Beijing and in Canberra, we have set out Australia's strong view and position on this matter and called for China as a member, UNSC member, similarly to condemn and to act to restrain Russia, persuade it to cease its illegal invasion. We've set out our views a number of times at officials level.
Who's met?
Well, at officials level, we have raised at my level, First Assistant Secretary, East Asia Division. We've raised in Beijing at the same level, Deputy Head of Mission level.
Thank you.
We've also raised, of course, with the Chinese ambassador and conveyed that through to the minister's counterpart in Beijing as well.
In the Foreign Minister meeting with the Ambassador?
Through the
Or
ambassador, with a message to the Chinese Foreign Minister.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, look, I want to return to Myanmar, and thank you for the response to my order for production of documents, which outlines Australia's engagement with the junta since the coup in February last year. It outlines, it's described in the OPD that Australia engages with the Myanmar military on a limited basis to do various things, including to advocate for Sean Turnell, to emphasise the urgent need to cease violence and to encourage dialogue. It outlined 7 meetings or phone calls between February and November last year. I want to know, that 7 meetings and phone calls, it's slightly more than limited in my view. What is Australia's rationale for engaging with the junta to that extent when we don't accept them as the legitimate government?
Katrina Cooper here, Deputy Secretary South East Asia and Global Partners Group. Of course, Australia recognises states, not governments. Nonetheless, our engagement with the current regime is limited, as you have said, and we've provided you with that. We have a number of objectives. Australia has a number of objectives in Myanmar. Those objectives are shared by many, including our ASEAN partners. Engaging with the representatives of the regime give us an opportunity to speak directly to the regime to raise those issues. They include calls for the cessation of violence, the alleviation of the humanitarian situation, including access to provide that humanitarian assistance, to encourage them to engage in dialogue and to work with our ASEAN partners on unity and leadership.
Have you seen any results from those 7 meetings to achieve any of those things? Ceasing violence, any success out of that engagement?
The situation in Myanmar continues to be very concerning, Senator Rice. I think in terms of, if you think about what any one country or group of countries can do to change a situation, it can be very challenging and complex. So you would not normally expect one country to be able to change a situation, but when countries work effectively together on a range of measures, the idea of engaging and exercising effective diplomacy is to put pressure on that regime to take further steps. So
but it would be fair to say that we haven't seen any success from that, what is described as limited engagement so far, have we?
We have seen the recent visit of the ASEAN Special Envoy to Myanmar. That was the first visit by ASEAN Special Envoy to Myanmar, so that is the opening of official dialogue between the Special Envoy and Myanmar.
Don't you worry that by engaging with the junta in the way that we are legitimising them?
When a country, including Australia, considers whether or not to engage with a particular regime that has come to power in a way that is not considered legitimate, those questions obviously weigh heavily, Senator. We do not consider that the engagement that we've had to date legitimises the current regime.
Are you able to provide me with any summaries or readouts or notes from the 7 meetings and phone calls that are listed in the OPD?
I'm not, Senator. We would not normally make public details of conversations at that level.
I've been informed that Australia's ambassador met with the junta on leaving Myanmar, in fact met with the head of the junta, General Min Aung Hlaing. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
And it's been reported in the Myanmar press that Min Aung Hlaing and the ambassador discussed enhancement of cooperation in various sectors between governments and peoples of both countries. Is that accurate?
I won't comment on media reporting, Senator, but what I can say to you that during the meeting yesterday with the Commander-in-Chief, our outgoing ambassador in Myanmar called on the Commander-in-Chief and asked for a number of things. She reiterated Australia's concerns about the situation in Myanmar. She urged the Myanmar military to cease violence, release arbitrary detainees, engage in dialogue and ensure unimpeded access for humanitarian assistance.
The same calls that we have been calling for
That's
without
correct,
success
Senator.
over
That's
the last
correct,
over
Senator.
the
That
last
is the
14
current
months.
setting
Yeah.
of the government, Senator. She also underscored Australia's strong support for the ASEAN-led efforts to de-escalate the situation in Myanmar, and she urged the Myanmar regime to implement the ASEAN 5-point consensus. She also called on the regime to release those who had been arbitrarily detained in Myanmar, including Professor Sean Turnell.
Don't you see that it would be perceived that our ambassador meeting with Min Aung Hlaing is legitimising the regime?
We do not consider, the Australian government does not consider that the outgoing meeting legitimises the current regime, Senator.
You said you weren't going to respond to media reports, but enhancement of cooperation in various sectors between the governments and peoples of both countries. Are there any sectors of cooperation that Australia is engaging with the junta with?
I expect, Senator, I don't know what you're reading from, but I expect that would be something that has been put into the public domain in Myanmar. Is that correct?
Yes,
is
it
that
is.
right? Yes.
Reports in the Myanmar press.
Right, so as I said, it wouldn't be appropriate or useful to comment on those reports, but we are providing humanitarian assistance, not through the regime, Senator, but through UN agencies to help assist the people of Myanmar.
Are there any sectors where we are engaging in cooperation with the junta?
No, Senator.
It's also been reported that Min Aung Hlaing presented the ambassador with a gift after the meeting. What was that gift?
I don't know what the gift was, Senator, but it's normal practice for a gift to be exchanged or given in those situations.
Did the ambassador give General Min Aung Hlaing a gift in return?
I don't believe so, Senator.
So given our ambassador has now left, I presume that there will be a new ambassador going to Myanmar soon?
Our ambassador is still there, Senator. She's due out on the 13th of April.
Right. So
As part of her farewell call, she was calling on the Commander-in-Chief, Min Aung Hlaing.
And when we do have a new ambassador going in, will they also then present their credentials to General Min Aung Hlaing?
That decision's yet to be made, Senator.
Okay, thank you. I did now want to move on to, in general, some more details about sanctions and a lack of sanctions. I heard the exchange with Senator Fawcett and with Senator Payne before morning tea. I've also got a letter from the Minister, dated... Sorry, Senator Wong. Yes, I was about to move to the fact that I've got a letter here from Senator Payne, the Minister. Sorry, I've ahead of myself, Senator Wong. Where Senator Payne, the Minister, says that
she's here with us in spirit, no doubt.
Says that she will continue to keep our sanctions regime under active review, which, as the discussion before morning tea, active review or regular consideration of it is not actually resulting in sanctions. I also note I've just had a report of the sanctions that have been issued by the UK, by the US, by Canada, by the EU, which there's a long list of sanctions which Australia has not met. But I did notice that we actually did have a recently issued Autonomous Sanctions Amendment, Myanmar Regulations 2022. So can you tell me what's changed in terms of that, the changes to our sanctions regime, and what that updated sanctions regime is actually going to allow us to do?
Certainly, and that would be a question for Mr Walter, and why he's coming to the table. I would say, Senator, that amendment is an indication of active consideration by the government of imposing sanctions, potentially. So those amendments go to the breadth of the sanctions that Australia could potentially apply to Myanmar should it decide to do so, and Mr Walter will have the details of those changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So the amendments to the autonomous sanctions regulations with respect to Myanmar came into force on the 5th of March. And essentially they, as has already been outlined, expand the range of individuals and entities that could potentially be subject to sanctions under that sanctions regime. So it just updates the listing criteria, keeps the existing listing criteria, and widens the scope to allow, a wide range of civilian entities, particularly, to be sanctioned. And of course, that's available on our website, so I'm happy to provide the.
And it enables targeted sanctions against immediate family members as well, I understand.
That's correct.
So in terms of what's prompted the shift?
So as has already been said on a number of occasions today, the government is keeping the situation in Myanmar under review, and the decision was made. We want to be in the best place to provide, a range of options to government should they be needed.
Okay, and of course, as we know, that's the last time the sanctions that are currently in existence with Myanmar are only date back to 2018 and 2019. So there have been no new sanctions in the last 13 months. Just clarifying that's the case.
So the sanctions listings. So all 5 were listed in 2018.
Okay.
Sorry, Senator, can I just add, and they were renewed. The reason I was looking slightly puzzled, they were renewed in October 2021 for those 5 individuals.
Thank you. I do want to now return to Australian, engagement with the Myanmar junta. Has the Australian Embassy used any military-linked hotels for staff accommodation since the coup?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
And who is the Commonwealth leasing property from in Myanmar? And have any payments been made to a military-controlled entity or family since the coup?
Just see if there's another office that we can provide any detail. Senator, I think we might have to take that one on notice.
If we could get a comprehensive assessment about for both of those questions.
We'll take it on notice and see what we can find out, Senator.
Okay. And finally, before I leave the issue of Myanmar, just in terms of the incoming ambassador and the decision about whether they will present their credentials to General Min Aung Hlaing, what will be the process for deciding that? When will that be decided?
Well, as I said earlier, Senator, our ambassador is due out next week. The normal diplomatic process, of course, is for the next ambassador to be approved by government. That process has happened. Then we engage with the other country about the ambassador going in, we do that actually with all diplomats, whether or not they're ambassadors. We need the appropriate visas, etc. So that is the process that is underway at the moment. It's a decision for government as to how Australia is represented in any given country at any given time.
Are there any precedents in terms of other countries and their ambassadors that have changed since the coup?
There are, Senator.
Can you outline for me what those precedents have been?
I don't have a list with me, Senator, but I am aware that there have been a number. There's been a number of ambassadors who've presented credentials. There have been others who have put in a charge. They would be the 2 options that a country would normally consider in a situation like this.
So which countries they've put in a charge rather than a new ambassador?
Correct.
Which countries have decided to do that?
I don't have that with me, Senator, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Okay.
Yeah. The other thing I'd say, Senator, on sanctions, when we talk about who we cooperate with on sanctions, and I think you mentioned some of our like-minded countries, UK, EU. Of course, when we talk about the Indo-Pacific region, we also have our partners in Southeast Asia. We're working very closely with them, as you know, because we support the ASEAN-led approach. None of those countries have imposed sanctions on Myanmar. So when you talk about who is Australia working with in different countries on different occasions, we work with different groups of countries. That just goes to the question of why.
Many countries that are our strong allies and we are jointly standing side by side with them in imposing sanctions on other countries, particularly Russia at the moment is the obvious case in point, who we are not standing side by side with them here in Myanmar, despite the atrocities that are going on in Myanmar. I now want to move on to issues in Sri Lanka and just ask for your, there's a document that I think I have ready to have tabled, an article from The Guardian about retired Sri Lankan General Jagath Jayasuriya. I think I asked some questions on Friday.
Friday,
I think, yes.
and
I
I'm
think
not sure I brought it back with me.
That's all right. I think if it's been tabled, that's fine. And so he retired Sri Lankan general. There are very credible reports that he oversaw war crimes against the Tamils during their civil war. And so what I want to ask, and further to the questions that I asked on Friday, was what involvement, if any, the Australian High Commission in Colombo had in assessing and processing the visa application of Jagath Jayasuriya in 2019.
Senator, I don't know the answer specifically to that question. We will have to take it on notice and come back to you. Visa processing, of course, is a responsibility of the Department of Home Affairs, but let me check and come back to you.
Okay, I mean, I'm asking because we've got reports from 2013 that with Home Affairs and the High Commission in Colombo that refused visa and entry to another commander of the Sri Lankan Army, Jagath Dias, in 2013. So it would seem that there is precedence in the High Commission having been involved in such visa applications. I mean, I just want to know, because how would they assess that somebody would pass the visa provisions in the Migration Act? I mean, he's very credibly accused of the most serious crimes of concern to the international community, named in UN reports, lawsuits filed against him in Latin American countries, reported he's been denied visas to enter the US. And so I just cannot understand why the High Commission and indeed Home Affairs approved what appears to be a multiple entry visa for him to Australia.
Senator, we'll have to check the detail and come back to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Wong, you have the call.
Thank you. So I just wanted to quickly touch on a few consular cases, just to get a public update, if I may. And can I thank again the Minister's Office and the Department for ensuring that the opposition is more fully briefed on these consular cases on a regular basis. Mr Gerard, can you give an update on Dr Young, please?
Yes. Ian Gerard, Acting Assistant Secretary of the Consular Operations Branch. Following Dr Young's trial on 27 May 2021, we're still in the position where we're waiting for a verdict in that trial. He remains in detention at this time.
Do you have any concerns about his treatment?
Yes, we consider his detention to be arbitrary, and we have concerns about his health primarily, which is why we've consistently been clear to Chinese authorities that he needs to be provided with the necessary treatment for both his physical as well as his mental health.
Do we have any indication from Chinese authorities about the time frame around sentencing, isn't it?
That's a verdict.
Verdict, sorry.
Yes. Yes, the timeline that we're currently working towards is 9 April, which is very shortly. Under Chinese law, a decision can be extended or delivered by 9 9 April in this case.
Verdict would include proposed sentence, or are they, would you anticipate findings and sentence separately?
There is the flexibility within the Chinese system to do it separately.
And is the department engaging with family?
Yes, we are offering consular support to the family of Dr. Young.
Okay, just again, publicly to reiterate the full support of the opposition, I'm sure the whole Parliament, for the government's work in relation to Dr. Young, and the calls for the Chinese authorities to comply with international commitments and basic standards of justice. Can you provide an update on Mr. Robert, is it Pether?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator. Mr. Robert Pether remains imprisoned in Iraq. Today marks the 1-year anniversary of him being detained. He was convicted in 25 August 2021, along with a colleague, for misrepresentation and fraud. And we remain, we continue to provide consular assistance both to Mr. Pether and to his family.
There's been a UN working group on arbitrary detention. Did you go to the report in your answer just then? You didn't, did you?
No, Senator.
Go to that, please.
But I can say we are aware of the opinion that has been adopted by the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention. We're aware of it and the serious nature of the findings within it.
Well, do you aware of it? I understood the report from the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention. I'm not sure about the verb, determined, declared, stated that the arrest and detention of Mr. Pether amounts to, and the rest of his Egyptian colleague, amounts to arbitrary detention. Does the Australian government share this view?
Senator, firstly, the Australian government was not consulted on the opinion or its findings in regard to Mr. Pether. We, the Australian government, Senator, make very careful judgments about when we publicly use that term, arbitrary detention. It depends on a number of factors, the charges, the nature of the legal process, the conditions in which the detainee is held, and their wishes. In this case, Senator, our ambassador is closely involved in managing this case, and it's our collective judgment that the prospects for his release are better served by not speculating publicly about these matters. Our focus is squarely on Mr. Pether's rights and welfare, and to ensure we continue to support both him and his family. However, as I said previously, it does raise a number of serious concerns, and we'll continue to advocate on his behalf with Iraq, with the government of Iraq, and we've brought that opinion, we've raised that with Iraqi authorities.
So the report, and this is public already, yes, the report is public.
Yes.
Includes the receipt of allegations that Mr. Pether was exposed to extreme cold, threats of death, humiliation, and various forms of psychological abuse. The complaint also went on that Mr. Pether was detained in a small cell with lights permanently on, blindfolded, interrogated, threatened, insulted, and shown torture rooms. The working group expresses its grave concerns at the allegation of torture and ill treatment. There are quite a lot of other disturbing assertions in the report. I won't press you on your earlier answer. I understand the answer, but I just want to be clear that as a consequence, in part at least, of the working group's report, that representations have been made to the Iraqi authorities.
Senator, I confirm that they have. In the report, those claims, particularly about torture, have been referred to the Special Rapporteur. We obviously have privacy obligations to Mr Pepper, and in accordance with his wishes, I can't say too much about the allegations in that report. But we have
You're
certainly...
reading an answer to a question I didn't actually ask. I just understand you've got that brief, but all I asked was that it had been raised.
Yeah, it has
Thank
been
you.
raised, Senator.
And now we had a discussion about Professor Turnell before, but I just wanted to, I'm not sure I was clear about the charges, timeframe and the progress of trial. Are you able to just give me an update on that?
Yes, in relation to the charges, Senator, Professor Turnell has faced charges under Myanmar's Official Secrets and Immigration Act. In relation to the trial, legal proceedings continue to take place in Myanmar. The embassy is not able to attend those court proceedings. They are closed, but they are proceeding at this time.
Do we have a time frame around, do we have any understanding of timeframes around this legal process?
The legal process is moving slowly, Senator, in part due to delays caused by COVID-19, in part also due to the process around translation of documents. It's difficult for us to say, but we do not expect it to be finalised before the middle of this year at the current pace it's going.
Say that again. We do not expect it to be finalised before the middle of this year.
That's
okay,
right.
So reversing the negative, the assessment is it likely to be finalised in the second half of this year, or is it possible that it may continue beyond that?
I think, Senator, it's fair to say that it's likely it will be finalised in the second half of this year, subject to delays, further delays like what we've seen.
Again, I think all parties will continue to join with the government, the opposition joins with the government in calling for Professor Turnell's release, and I think that is a view strongly put across the Parliament. Mr Chow, can you give me an update on on his situation and what representations we've made to the government of Vietnam?
Mr Kam remains imprisoned in...
Sorry, Mr Kam.
Mr Kam remains imprisoned in Vietnam. He was sentenced to a 12-year sentence in 2019. He is the subject of extensive advocacy on behalf of the Australian government. We do have concerns for his health and welfare, and we continue to make representations on that basis. The most recent representation that we made was on 24 March.
Just remind us how old Mr Kam is.
Mr Kam is in his early 70s.
I think we've previously also called for his release. Thank you. I had nothing more on consular. I was just going to go to Afghanistan briefly, if I may. Then I'll hand over to Senator Ayres. Okay. Can I first ask, it's just a sort of, you're kidding. You really need to do something, I reckon. Yeah, well.
Got a different First Assistant Secretary there.
Okay. Can you just... I just wanted to get a sense of the government architecture for matters relating to Afghanistan in existence now. So I think, I can't remember when, but around the time that of the US withdrawal and then the fall of Kabul, there was a interdepartmental architecture. I can't remember, it was an IDC or something similar. Yeah, so where are we at in terms of that bureaucratic architecture, has that been disbanded? Or is it still operating?
Deputy Secretary, Southeast Asia and Global Partners. IDETIVs are set up during a crisis.
Sorry?
IDETIVs are set up.
IDETIVs?
IDETIVs is the acronym, Interdepartmental Emergency Task Force, is
Okay.
what you're referring to.
That's it. No wonder I didn't remember it.
They are set up during
Yep.
crisis
So
situations. So we
it's-
have one on Ukraine.
But you don't have
Russia.
one now for Afghanistan?
Now we don't have one for Afghanistan.
Right, so what's it been replaced with? Just
The DFAT team on Afghanistan, led by Mark Innes-Brown, manages the Afghanistan
right,
portfolio.
but there's obviously cross-portfolio issues still, particularly in relation to the very large number of temporary visas, the very large number of applications for humanitarian visas, which we're not, and I don't just want, that's a matter for Home Affairs. I'm trying to understand, given our involvement and our obligations, how the government, what's the next stage of dealing with the consequences of withdrawal.
In terms of the visa processing, etc., if you're going to that, Senator, then that is actually handled by Deputy Secretary McLaughlin under his group. He has a special team set up to deal with that and liaise with Home Affairs on that.
So, Senator, I think you're talking more about the infrastructure that...
Well, yeah, no, I'm happy to ask that because I just want to understand where are we at. So we had, we've got humanitarian questions. There's the and I'll come to aid, ODA, whether there's any development assistance. There's the retrograde or regressive measures in relation to women and girls, which have been announced. We have visa outstanding. So can someone give me an update on, first, how we're dealing with those visa issues that we've discussed here previously?
So did you want to start, Mr Innes-Brown, and I'll get Mr McLaughlin to the table as well.
Sure. Mark Innes-Brown, First Assistant Secretary, Middle East, Africa and Afghanistan Division. We, just in terms of the architecture, Senator, we liaise with other departments on a range of issues as they arise as a regular part of our business.
Please.
So on visas,
I
yes,
think
there
I'm
is
aware
some...
of that.
there is liaison. But
Thank you. Why don't you, Mr McLaughlin, why don't you tell me about what's happening on the visa
Senator
front?
Craig McLaughlin, Deputy Secretary, Security, Consular and Legal Group. On the visa space, if I can say, we have transitioned from a time where we ran the IDETIV through a crisis to regular coordination, not constant, but regular. In our case, when we're looking at the visa issue, we are in daily contact with Home Affairs to ensure that our part of the visa processing, which is not actually visa processing, it's the question of certification of locally engaged staff.
So can you tell me about where we're at in terms of that? Like what's outstanding? We had, how many outstanding? Are you able, I know it's a Home Affairs figure, but you must know broadly how many other visa classes, what are we processing, what are you processing within DFAT? I just want to can you give me an update on that?
Yeah, sure, no
Thank
problem.
you.
We since 2013, but in particular over the past year, we've certified 151 applicants as locally engaged employees. Once they've been certified, they effectively go into the Home Affairs visa processing
So
stream.
of the 151, how many have got a visa?
I've got, of the 151, I've got 86 are in Australia.
Right.
5 are in the UK and Canada. 15, but I'm just advised, in fact, now it's 14 are in Afghanistan.
Okay.
And there's a number whose location we're still trying to identify where they are.
But we've processed them, so they haven't just been certified by you, but they've been issued with the relevant Home Affairs visa, which I've forgotten the number of, but...
I'd have to double check how many of those have actually got the visa. Clearly the people who've arrived in Australia have got the visas.
86,591, that's... You've still got people missing in that number?
So it should be 15 in Afghanistan, although it might now be 14, I've got 30 who are in a location unknown. I've got 86 in Australia.
And 5 in UK.
5 in UK, Canada,
Okay.
and then I've got 15 who are in other locations.
And just
Pakistan.
to tell me
Sorry.
Did you?
I was just going to say we have another 50 applications for locally engaged on hand at the moment, which we're going
You're
through
working
and assessing.
When did you get those?
I have to take that on notice, I'm sorry.
Okay, and in addition, so there were 2 streams for this. There was the defence stream as well. Are you able to you don't know anything
No,
about
I don't. I mean,
Right,
you'd
okay.
have to ask Defence.
And what's happened with all of, you know, a number of people, well, quite a lot of people were issued, was it 449s, the emergency, and then I think the intention was that they would then apply for other visa classes, or so I assume some of them might have applied for this or a humanitarian visa, etc. Can you just tell me that cohort, because what were the numbers on the 449s? It was...
I'm sorry, Home Affairs is going to be in a better place
Yeah,
to tell you exactly
I'm
how
not-
many. I'm not trying to...
It's Thursday before an election. Can you just give me some indication?
So the 449 is a temporary
I know what
humanitarian
it is,
visa
yeah.
that gets people on shore.
I
There were
know.
4,100 uplifted in the midst of the crisis. We've issued roughly 2,900 since then. We know we have 449 visa holders who are still trying to get out.
Right.
We ran a couple of charter flights out of Pakistan during February. Can't recall precisely the
Was that
dates.
DFAT?
DFAT organised those, but we are now in a space where 449 holders are being moved through the IOM system, which is the manner in which Home Affairs would normally enable visa holders to move to Australia.
My recollection is the figure was in the 6,000s, 449s.
Well, 20. The numbers I gave you, 4,100 and 2,900 is.
Oh,
is
they're
roughly-
cumulative.
Yeah, sorry, they're cumulative.
I apologise. I thought they were.
So the
right,
number
that's about
uplifted in
right.
August was 4,100. The number uplifted since then is roughly 2,900.
Okay, so 6,900, and have they been extended?
I don't know.
Right,
Sorry.
but we have further 449 applications pending, is that, or in process?
So the applications we have are applications to be certified as locally engaged employees.
But has the Australian government got additional 449 applications?
I'm sure they do, but that would be a question that Home Affairs would be able to confirm.
And the uplift in February was from Pakistan?
Pakistan, we did 2 uplifts in February. If you stand by, I might be able to give you the dates from memory.
Okay.
We worked with defence, not defence assets, on flights to get...
I'm sorry?
The defence, I think we used the defence flights to help us move people out of Pakistan.
The February uplift?
Yeah, the two charter flights from Islamabad during February, total of 436 people uplifted, but I'm sorry, I don't have the dates here.
Charter flights, not defence
So
assets.
we sometimes, I'm not sure whether they were charters that we directly contracted or we contracted them through defence.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the Atagold.
It was the Atagold flights, which is a defence contract.
Now, there was a UN pledging conference on Afghanistan on 31st of March. Can you tell me what additional
We'll
support we
just get
pledged?
someone to come to the table on that. Mr Ennis-Brown can answer that question.
Senator, yes, there was a pledging conference on the 31st of March and we committed an additional $40 million for humanitarian activities.
What is the, we have, just in terms of the current, this year's budget, we have humanitarian assistance of 100 million, is that right?
Yeah, that was committed in September, and that was for the period of 2021 to 2024.
Okay, and is the 40 million part of that, or is it additional?
No, it's an additional amount of money.
So it's
Senator.
140 for humanitarian.
That's right.
No development assistance?
No, we pivoted the program to provide humanitarian assistance due to the situation in Afghanistan.
In other words, we don't think it's feasible to try and preserve some of the development gains that were made in the last 20 years. We're at the point of providing humanitarian assistance.
We understand the point you're making, Senator. Given the scale of the humanitarian need, decision was made to focus on emergency humanitarian assistance.
Can someone give me an update on the scale of the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan?
Sure. So, Senator, we believe that this year around 24 million people will need humanitarian assistance.
24 million?
Yeah, that's
out of
enormous.
a population of how many?
That's about 70% of the population, I think, Senator. So there's a major humanitarian crisis, and that's what we've been focusing our attention on with our assistance.
Senator Wong, Senator Antic has a bracket of questions he'd like to ask at some stage.
Sure.
Do you
When I
want to
finish up,
off?
Yeah, and then
Yep.
I think Senator Ayres will take over, so
Yep.
Kick and
Yep.
we can break at that point if that's okay. Anything further other than that very
Sure. So
sobering figure?
no, it's a very difficult situation. So in addition to that, there are 700,000 people displaced at this present time, 80% of them women and children. And they're
Internally displaced?
Internally displaced, Senator. And yeah, there are a range of economic pressures that have, inflation is high, the currency is depreciated, and there are obviously a range of decisions made by the Taliban themselves that have sort of disrupted economic activity, which has exacerbated the situation. So,
sorry?
There are a range of decisions made by the Taliban, including its restrictions on the movement of people, including the activities of women and girls and so on, that have exacerbated the situation. The appointment of people to run ministries and agencies on the basis of their political or affiliations rather than on the competency of the individual. So there's been a significant disruption to the government architecture in Afghanistan since they took power, which is exacerbating the smooth management of the country.
How many people left?
How many?
700,000 internally displaced?
Yeah. I don't have a exact figure on the number of people that have left. I've seen figures in the many hundreds of thousands, particularly into Pakistan, but also Iran, but there are also people in a number of other neighbouring countries, Senator.
I wondered if someone could give us an update on some of what I described as the regressive moves that have been made by the Taliban in relation to women and girls, and the lack of consistency with their previous public statements.
Sure, Senator. As you're aware, of course, there was a decision made by the Taliban leadership at the end of March not to open secondary schools for girls, which the Australian government has condemned in a number of ways. There have been the Ministry of Virtue and the Prevention of Vice has been inflicting their policies increasingly in recent weeks, including ensuring segregation in ministries and dress codes. The Taliban, one of its recent policies is to prevent the single female travellers from departing the country on airlines. There's a segregation in parks in Kabul. There's another recent retrograde step. The general trend line has been extremely negative, Senator, in recent weeks.
Yeah. Can I just focus on one of those issues, which is the issue of airline boarding restrictions for women? What impact? I assume that could have an impact not only on Afghan women and girls more generally, but also Australian visa holders. So what steps are we taking, or how are we dealing with that?
Well, I think we haven't... it's something I know we've been discussing in Doha through our interim mission with like-minded partners think the question is, the challenge, Senator, is how to get purchase on the Taliban on a range of these issues. And there have been some very strong public statements, including by us, in recent times on some of these issues. But I don't think we have a solution at this moment to that particular challenge, Senator.
How is the international community, including Australia, engaging with the Taliban?
Well, I'll start first with Australia, Senator. Our representative in Doha, our special representative for Afghanistan, he engages the Taliban in good like-minded company and group settings with the Taliban. A number of countries have that approach. There have been 3 like-minded meetings with the Taliban since late last year. Some others, like the United States, engage directly when there are opportunities as well. But there is sort of extensive, I think the general view is, though, that an effort to sort of coordinate messages, while there might be individual meetings, including via the UN as well, we're attempting to sort of coordinate messages and give joint messages because we assess probably likely to have the most prospect of influencing the Taliban. However, I would note, of course, that thus far there's been only very limited results on that, but in the absence of better solutions, Senator, that's the approach that's currently being taken.
Can you just tell me are you able to tell me who the like-minded are that we engage with?
European Union, Canada, the US, New Zealand.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Antic.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start off by saying how troubling some of the images coming out of Ukraine are. It brings back a lot of the memories of the former Yugoslavia, which was, I suppose, a personal matter for myself, and it's alarming to see this coming out of Europe. And as a country, I'm proud that we stand on the rule of law and stand for human rights and those international law norms. But I want to ask a question to the department about its knowledge of the operational existence in the Ukraine of a neo-Nazi paramilitary unit called the Azov Brigade, or the Azov Special Operations Detachment, which has been accused of heinous war crimes, torture and carrying white supremacy and Nazi insignia. Is the department aware of the operation of that, or the existence operationally of that battalion?
Yes, we are.
And it was reported yesterday in the New York Times with a verified video which appeared to show a group of Ukrainian soldiers killing captured Russian troops in a village west of Kiev. Is the department aware of the involvement of the Azov battalion in that, or any other war crimes against humanity in and against Russian forces in the Ukraine?
No.
We're not? The Australian government has provided a significant amount of humanitarian and military aid to the Ukraine. Is the department concerned by the possibility that any of this aid will fall into the hands of the Azov battalion, who are a right-wing neo-Nazi group?
We're contributing this military aid to support the Ukrainian government in what is a desperate fight for its own survival. Of course, we would be concerned if material fell into the wrong hands, but we have no reason to believe it has at this stage.
So what measures have been made to ensure that it doesn't take place and that this aid is not being used inappropriately by this or other militia?
I think you should ask that question of Defence, Senator.
Well, there seems to be another official that can possibly assist?
Chair, I think it would be best answered by Defence. Defence are dealing with the military assistance element of the Australian response in Ukraine, so my advice would be that Defence are better.
Thank you. But this is a foreign affairs matter, and we are dealing with.
It is, Senator, but we, DFAT, are not managing the transfer of the military assistance, the defence organisation.
What about funds that's designated for humanitarian aid then? That's the matter.
Humanitarian, we can talk about humanitarian, and I can get someone to the table to talk about where the humanitarian funding is going to and how it's being dispersed.
Thank you.
Sorry, just a quick clarifying question before Mr McLaughlin leaves. Do you have a sense or any knowledge of the size of that brigade, the Azov Brigade?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
The open source intelligence says it's about 1,200 people.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
I don't know.
So we'll just see whether Mr Gilling can come to the table and talk about the different ways that the humanitarian assistance aid is being distributed.
Thank you for your question, Senator. James Gilling, Humanitarian Coordinator. Senator, our humanitarian assistance, which currently runs to $65 million, has been spent very deliberately through organisations who have extremely well-developed capacity to manage these sorts of sums of money internationally. They're dealing with money from a whole range of donors. Part of the reason that we select them, we have a range of options that we can go with. Part of the reason that we select these organisations, for example, UNHCR, for example, the World Food Programme, is because of their strong fraud measures. We have extensive negotiations with these parties to ensure that they have these measures in place before we agree to fund them. It's not simply a matter of writing a cheque. We have an exchange of letters process that specifies all these conditions.
Thank you
Have
for
we
that.
heard this before with the Middle East as well, with Israel and World Vision? So how secure or how confident can we be?
Well, thanks for the question, Senator. We have we're supporting different parties here. I mentioned the UNHCR, Senator. I mentioned the World Food Programme. I mentioned UNFPA. We continue to monitor the capacity of these organisations collectively with like-mindeds to ensure that they deliver as promised. No system is perfect. This is a deeply complex environment. We have people in Geneva, we have people in Brussels, we have people in New York attending meetings, I would say, on a daily basis to ensure that these organisations are delivering as planned.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's what happens on the ground that is the concerning thing. But Senator Antic, you have the call.
Thank you. You're quite right, Senator Abetz. And I thank you for that response. And it is comforting to know that there are those processes involved. I guess one of the issues is, of course, that the Ukraine is ranked something like 122 out of 180 countries on the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index. The second most corrupt country in Europe, with Russia at 136. So we are dealing with a region that is difficult in terms of transparency and compliance. Those matters are all factored in. Do you see difficulties operating in that environment to ensure that our aid is getting to the right sources, as Senator Abetz says, on the ground?
Senator, almost all of our international humanitarian assistance is delivered in those sorts of contexts, whether it's in Africa, whether it's in Ukraine, whether it's in Asia. These are common challenges, and this is the expertise of these groups and why the international community is prepared to trust them for delivering these services.
Thank you. Two more questions, Chair. I don't know if this is the right line-up for this question, but I'm interested in this observation that at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, there was public outcry about the involvement of China in the Wuhan lab. That translated into what was a perception of a backlash against Chinese diaspora in the community, the Australia. Now, we do have a large Russian community in this country, and yet I hear perilously little about what we are doing to ensure that the Russian diaspora, people who we have no beef with, we have a beef with the Russian regime like we do with the Chinese regime. What are we doing to make sure that Russian people of Russian descent, are not being targeted?
Well, Senator, that that responsibility does rest with the Department of Home Affairs, but we work closely with the Department of Home Affairs, ensuring that the information that's going out there is very clear, that the Australian government's position is against President Putin and the actions he is taking in Russia. We understand that there would be concern from the diaspora, and I know that the Department of Home Affairs is very conscious of the various actions that are being taken, but they probably could provide more information on what they're actively doing in that regard.
Thank you. And I have one last question. It's a question I've been asking departments all over this great process of Senate estimates, and I want to give the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade an opportunity. Given the amount of gender-based programs there are, I would like to know whether or not the department can and does have a definition for a woman.
Senator, I'll ask one of the other officers to come to the table. I think we would stick with the Public Service Commission, but I'm not sure that I hadn't heard that question before, so I will ask if there's anyone else who can assist. But I don't think I've got that at the moment.
Clugman's used to hospital passes.
Senator Antic, do we have a definition of woman? In relation to, no, I don't think we do. As the Secretary said, if you're talking about us as a department of government, our approaches are consistent with and governed by the Australian Public Service standards and rules. I'm not aware of any particular standards and rules going to that question in particular. If you're talking about the support we provide internationally for gender programming, it hasn't come up.
So, thank you, and I won't labour this point, except to suggest that it is obviously relevant. We've seen instances in the Ukraine, for example, where men identifying as women have been returned to the combat zone, as I understand it, and so it is relevant, and the department doesn't have a basic, no one can give a basic summary of what is a woman. Often an adult human female is someone born as a woman is not the one we use.
Well, Senator, I suppose we'd be thinking about in what context a definition would be used, and you've quite rightfully raised some issues about people who may identify as women but may, I think, biologically be male, being returned because of, I assume, conscription laws in Ukraine. So we have not turned our mind to that definition. We can take that on notice and consider that matter.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, can I just one follow-up to the Minister, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Just on the issue of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine, which Senator Antic went to, I just want to be very clear. I understood, and I'm assuming there's no deviation from this, that the humanitarian assistance to Ukraine has full bipartisan support of both the parties of government, of both parties of government.
That's my understanding, Senator Wong.
All right, Senator Ayres.
Thank you.
Yep.
Secretary, I have some questions about a media report from last Friday that was centred around a Home Affairs employee who was granted a security clearance, not by this agency but by Defence, and posted to Indonesia despite being under AFP investigation for child sexual assault offences. Is the department aware of that report?
We are aware, Senator.
I understand that the individual was an employee of another agency and was granted security clearance by a separate agency, but it beggars belief, doesn't it, that this individual was posted to our embassy in Jakarta?
I'm just hoping someone's going to come to the table. Senator, my understanding is we were unaware of this matter when the individual was posted to the embassy in Jakarta.
And can you explain how that is the case?
Senator, so the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has leadership in most heads of posts overseas. There's a small number where Austrade lead on that regard, and we support what we might call attached agencies who are attached to the mission, but we don't have an understanding of their security clearance issue. We leave that to the home agency, for want of a better term. So we don't double check or look at their security clearances, but I'll ask the Chief Operating Officer if he has any more information.
Adrian Hudson, Chief Operating Officer. What the Secretary has described is correct. So if AGSFA has issued a security clearance to an individual who is posted to one of our posts, there's no further involvement from our perspective in terms of security checks. We accept the AGSFA security clearance as part of their posting.
Well, this case, doesn't it, it illustrates a vulnerability with that approach.
Senator,
But it has implications for the embassy, the mission in Jakarta, does it not?
if there was some concerns about a security clearance, I can understand that there would be concerns that we would need to look at from our process perspective. I'm not sure whether there were concerns with the security clearance. I'm unaware.
I'm not aware, Senator, that there were any concerns about the security clearance at the time that they were posted. But I accept your point that now that we're aware of this situation, that we need to have a think about what the implications might be moving forward.
I'm cautious about questions with too much precision here, because I apprehend that there may be an active investigation underway, and that these matters or related matters may end up being before a court. But I think that evidence provided by Home Affairs on Monday indicated that none of the security agencies were aware of the allegation when the security checks were being made, which is consistent with what you just said. But there was media reporting that this individual had previously been investigated for alleged child sexual assault. Is that the department's understanding?
I've seen the media reporting. We would not have become involved with the security checking of this individual, Senator.
Well, is there anything that... I understand that was really your response to my first question, but is there any... or are there any checks in place before officers are posted overseas that could or should have picked up this discrepancy?
We would have checked that the officer had a security clearance. And if the security clearance had been provided by the security agencies, that would have met the requirements.
Has the department made any inquiries about whether this employee committed or was accused of committing any offences while posted overseas? Have representations been made to Indonesian authorities about this matter?
Because this is under active investigation, Senator, you'll understand why we're going to be really careful here.
Yes.
My recollection is this: when it came to light, this matter was raised with the head of mission in Jakarta.
So when it came to light, does that mean when the department became aware of it, or when it came to light in public reporting?
I understand the two were the same time.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I have some questions about COVAX and the regional vaccine rollout as well.
Senator,
thank you.
we've got some officers who are very keen to talk about the success of that program. Hopefully.
Thank you. I understand that the minister's release last week says that Australia is offering at least 10 million doses to the COVAX advanced market commitment. That's correct, isn't it?
Senator, yes, that is correct.
And that's in addition to an additional $85 million, which sits on top of the 2020 commitment of $130 million. So I'm correct in assuming that makes the total $215 million plus the 10 million doses. Is that right?
That's correct, Senator. And the 10 million doses we're making available to COVAX AMC is in addition to and alongside the main work we're doing, which is our bilateral and regional vaccine support package.
Okay, I'll come to some of that in a moment. COVAX has delivered 1.2 billion doses to 86 countries. That's a collective effort, is that right?
That sounds right, but my brief has been updated since last Friday, so I'm going to check how far they've gone. Mr Davies might know off the top of his head.
Yes, Senator Robin Davies, First Assistant Secretary, Global Health Division. That figure is correct.
So is this right that our contribution, 1.2 billion doses, we've contributed 10 million? Is that right?
We have promised 60 million doses for the region. We've delivered about 25, and the 10 million is in addition to that regional dose sharing.
So if you add our regional contribution to the COVAX, is this a fair enough way of looking at it? Just putting those together in terms of our global contribution, 10 plus 25.
They're all part of the Prime Minister made a commitment to share at least 60 million doses by the end of 2022. He made that commitment alongside other Quad leaders, and the Quad collectively has made a very substantial contribution to providing COVID vaccine doses to the Indo-Pacific region.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's where I want to get to, that each of our Quad partners and other contributors to COVAX would say something similar if they were asked to characterise their contribution. That is, they'll have made a COVAX contribution, they'll have a series of other bilateral or other arrangements that they've made.
Not quite as much as you'd think, Senator. So Australia is one of a relatively few countries which are running bilaterally dose sharing programs. We did that straight out of the gate because of our concern for the Pacific and for Southeast Asia and coverage, particularly in the context, as you will well recall, Senator, of extreme shortage of vaccine availability globally. Many other countries, certainly most other donor countries, have not stood up such programs. It might be something to do with where we live in the world.
But in terms of our global contribution, we've said 60 million. You would say if we add the two contributions together, we're at 35. At least in terms of the COVAX size of the COVAX contribution, 1.2 billion. I think the Prime Minister's statement said Australia's strong support will help to break the cycle of this pandemic and ensure our region is better positioned to respond to the next one. Is Australia's contribution really commensurate with the scale of the challenge?
Absolutely. And we've been right out there leading, not only delivering vaccines, but providing the wraparound support, including through really deep and long-term partnerships through our bilateral programs in the Pacific, for example, in health systems to make sure that the vaccines can get where they need to go. It might help you, Senator, if I just note that the supply and demand equation for vaccines internationally has shifted quite significantly, as you can imagine. So we have had to, through our initiative, pass through several phases. The phase that we're in now it's safe to say that access to vaccines for countries in our region is really not, to primary doses is really not a big problem at the moment. I think increasingly
so when you say
governments are
primary
turning-
doses, you mean first doses for... Yeah.
That's correct. But also, I guess I'm distinguishing adults and adolescent doses as well. So there's quite a bit of interest, and governments in the region have turned their attention to paediatric doses and access to that. And that's what we're focused on now, as we're trying to support the needs as they keep changing of the countries of our region.
Okay, so your answer's really focused on the regional response.
It is.
That's very good.
In terms of the global response, is it right that, so our contribution to doses, that's 2 years before we've made our first contributions to the COVAX facility, is that right?
No, we gave them money.
We're giving them money instead, yes.
And they use that money to buy vaccines. The United States has made available very substantial quantities of vaccines to COVAX, for example. It started doing that probably about maybe a year, 8 months to a year ago. As you can imagine, as you do appreciate, I'm sure, Senator, there's a lot of manufacturing of vaccines in the United States.
So when did the US, the UK and the EU first begin donating vaccines? I appreciate the point about financial contribution, but when did those donations begin?
I'm not sure that the UK has, the US has. Mr Davies, do you know?
Those donors began sharing doses from their own supply about the middle of last year. And I should say a lot of donor countries have sufficient supply that they are able to share, and that situation really didn't begin until about the middle of last year. And in fact, Australia began sharing from its own supply in March of last year, commencing with Papua New Guinea.
With Papua New Guinea, yes, I do.
The US, in addition to sharing from its own supply, the US is a special case. They purchased 1 billion doses of Pfizer for sharing with countries through COVAX. So a lot of countries have either purchased vaccines or shared from their own supply through COVAX. You're right in pointing out that Australia has not until now committed to share doses through COVAX, but we've been doing a lot of bilateral dose sharing, whereas most others are channeling their doses through COVAX.
So in terms of our evaluation of this, the lion's share of Australia's contribution has been financial throughout 2021 because we've had vaccine supply challenges ourselves. That is, there haven't been excess supply of vaccines in Australia, so our contribution has been cash to support COVAX's purchasing program.
If you're talking about our contribution to COVAX,
Yes.
then that is correct.
Yeah.
But
I know we'll get to the region.
Yep.
But in terms of our global effort, that's been constrained by a lack of vaccine supply here. That is, we haven't had vaccine to spare here, so we've made a financial contribution. Is that a fair enough assessment of our COVAX contribution?
COVAX doesn't operate, wasn't set up necessarily to operate to receive and to rely on dose donations. It was a fund, and it goes out and makes contracts with pharmaceutical companies that produce vaccines. It buys them, and increasingly now, as it's evolved, it is also accepting dose donations.
Yeah, I accept that, but I'm right to suggest, aren't I, that we took so long to secure vaccine supply here that our contribution had to be financial. We didn't have an alternative contribution. Whether or not it was...
At that time, I don't think any country was providing dose donations to
Apart from the
COVAX.
United
They were
States,
providing money to COVAX, and COVAX was then going out through UNICEF and making those contracts with pharmaceutical companies.
I understand Germany, in its capacity as the G7 chair, will host a Break COVID Now pledging event tomorrow. Will the Minister be attending that event, given she's already in Europe, Secretary?
I'm not aware of that, Senator.
Have we been invited?
Yes, and the Minister has recorded a video address to the meeting because she can't attend.
And does the video address make any new commitments beyond what we've already heard?
We wouldn't want to preempt the Minister's pledge on that, would we?
Well, I can say that the Minister has...
They won't watch the video if you do.
The Minister has...
They might all be watching this, you never know. Sorry, I think Mr Davies...
likely.
Mr Davies is trying to say something.
Well, the Minister in the budget has made the announcement that you've referred to, and then by press release she has also written to the CEO of the Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, indicating that our commitment will be as currently announced.
Okay, so there won't be an additional...
No.
How much money is the event setting out to raise?
For Gavi itself, it's setting out to raise $3.6 billion US, which is intended to fund a combination of transportation costs and to create a contingency fund for vaccine procurement in the event that there's a requirement for new vaccine types, if there are further variants affecting developing countries.
And the Germans themselves have made a broader 1.22 billion commitment, haven't they?
The German commitment is for the whole cluster of agencies that participate in what is called the ACT Accelerator. That cluster includes COVAX, but last time I looked, they hadn't broken down their contributions across each of those agencies.
350 million euro, I think, for Gavi. How much was there a request to Australia for our commitment to COVAX and Gavi?
There had been civil society
Yes.
requests in the order of $250 million. But I should say that the Australian contribution to COVAX does have to be seen in the context of our broader contribution to a range of global health vehicles. The other very significant vehicle to which Australia has recently pledged a contribution is the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, which is leading on vaccine development, particularly with a focus on the needs of developing countries. And Australia has recently pledged $100 million to CEPI. And we are also looking ahead to the requirements of the Global Fund, which is running a replenishment later this year.
But our response really to that call for commitments is about a third of what's been requested.
Relative to that,
I understand the point about
relative to that number
other
nominated by
arrangements, yeah.
some civil society organisations. Yes.
Can you tell me how much Japan's committed to the COVAX facility?
I may have that number. I might have to get it to you on notice, though. I can come back later in the session.
I'm told that it's about $1 billion, but the United States?
So far, the United States has committed $150 million US. They have flagged that there could be a further contribution, but I understand that there's a debate about that in the US Congress right now.
So that may unfold at this event, but
possibly. I'm not sure that there'll be further news. Let me see if I can get the numbers for you. Okay, so Japan across phase 1 and phase 2, you're correct, 1 billion US. United Kingdom, 731 million US.
Canada?
Canada at this point, 414 million.
And our contribution?
So at this point, in US dollar terms, 154 million. Oh, sorry, yes, 215 Australian, 154 US.
Okay, I do have some questions, Ms Klugman, about the regional rollout.
Senator, just on global health security and this
Yeah.
being budget estimates, the global health programs, I'm referring now to the last budget, funding for global health programs increased by 77 million to 190.5 million in 22-23. The numbers for other donors and for us that you've been talking about in some contexts are multi-year numbers.
Yes.
We've pledged the Foreign Minister announced new funding of $375 million over 5 years for our Indo-Pacific Centre for Health Security, $100 million over 5 years for CEPI, as Mr Davies was saying, 98.3 million in 22-23 to continue our regional vaccine and wraparound support initiative. Bit over 7 million, 7.5 million in 22-23, plus 77.5 million, so that's the 80 million for COVAX in 21-22. And as I said, sharing 60 million vaccine doses by the end of 2022, with 25 million already shared. But you wanted to go on to the regional.
Well, yes.
initiative.
I mean, I think and I don't think we're going to get to the bottom of this today. But the scale in trying to evaluate whether really is Australia's commitment commensurate with the scale of the global challenge and the high-income countries with first dose coverage rates, sort of circa 80%, low-income countries with first dose rates, hovering in the teens. Whether we approach it as a matter of sort of social justice and equity, or just a very pragmatic assessment that until we've got a handle on this pandemic globally, we don't have a handle on it here, right? There's a very firm set of sort of public policy reasons why you would want to be satisfied that Australia's contribution was not in the middle of the pack, but at the front of the pack in terms of our size. I think, at the very least, given the sort of answers to questions today, there are challenges assessing that in terms of contributions to COVAX, whether they're multi-year contributions. It's very difficult to draw the conclusion on the face of the answers to the questions today that we're leading the pack in terms of our response, and I think we're perhaps not in a position to really get to the bottom of that sort of apples and apples contribution question.
Senator, Australia can be very proud of what we've done in making vaccines and other support available to the countries of our region. We were absolutely pack leading from the start. As Mr Davies has said, we were sharing doses from our own domestic pool, and we went out and we bought additional doses specifically for the countries of Pacific and Southeast Asia at a time when there was an extreme shortage internationally of doses. That time, we've moved on from those times. You're now concentrating on access for COVAX to doses. To tell you truthfully, Senator Ayres, access to doses is not a problem for COVAX at the moment. It's really not a problem anymore. So I think we can be
How would you
proud.
describe the problem then for low-income countries in terms of access to doses?
I think some of the issues, my own view, is that it goes fundamentally to health systems. It really does. And we can see that close at home too.
So capacity.
Sort of governance questions.
It used to be shortage, that there was the global shortage and it was acute, and we all had very high expectations because, you know, the vaccines were developed so quickly. But the situation now, well then, I think that shortage masked some deeper problems that had to do with a cluster of issues that absolutely includes the capacity and strength of health systems, coordination, including coordination amongst donors. So we took action to make sure that we were part of the solution when it came to that, not part of the problem, particularly in the Pacific and in Southeast Asia. And then there are issues of hesitancy and other cultural issues. Vaccination rates
and disinformation issues.
And disinformation issues,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Some of them, we're not immune from some of that nonsense here either. Propagated notably yesterday in Senate estimates I saw. Could I get on notice a breakdown of the 25 million doses delivered by country, and also can you tell me the remaining 35 million doses in the 60 million? When are they scheduled to be delivered?
Do we have the 25 million?
We can tell you now.
Tell us now. Okay, thank you. That would be terrific.
Now,
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, the breakdown of the 25 is available on our website. I can run you through that as well very quickly, Senator, if you would.
Yeah, thank you. I think that would be helpful.
Samoa, 134,200. Do you want me to list them, or do you want?
Yeah,
this on-
that's helpful. Yeah, I
Yep.
think so.
Solomon Islands, 350,800. Tonga, 73,990. The Philippines, 2,132,080. Timor-Leste, 1,037,590. Tuvalu, 20,500. Vanuatu, 160,000. Vietnam, 7,791,900. Brunei, 100,000. Cambodia, 2,350,530. Fiji, 1,427,000. Indonesia, the largest recipient, 8,395,000. Laos, 1,005,580. Nauru, 12,700. Kiribati, 50,500. And finally, PNG, 224,970. That's a mixture of AstraZeneca and Pfizer doses. The Pfizer doses, as Ms Klugman said, were purchased through UNICEF. The AstraZeneca are from Australia's own supply.
And can you, I think in July 2021, the commitment was 15 million doses with closest partners in the Pacific and Timor-Leste by mid-2022. So, some of that went to that, saw the Philippines and Indonesia in there as well. But in terms of the Pacific and Timor-Leste, how are we tracking meeting that commitment?
So there were two announcements last year. There was the commitment to provide 20 million doses by the middle of 2022 to our regional partner countries.
Yes.
As you can see, that overall commitment has been exceeded.
Yes.
And then in July, it was further announced that Australia would make available up to 15 million doses for the Pacific and Timor-Leste. That was based on a calculation of the maximum number of doses that they would need under an absolute best case scenario where everyone got vaccinated. Everyone who was targeted by those countries' national vaccination programs actually got vaccinated. Of course, those programs have actually moved at varying speeds. And in several countries, they are well short of their original targets. So the total that's been delivered to the Pacific at this point is, I think, 3.4 million doses. But that's not to say that anyone has gone short of doses. We have met all requests for doses in that time from the countries of the Pacific and Timor-Leste, and have had a lot of doses available for Southeast Asia beyond the needs of the Pacific and Timor-Leste.
So just on Pacific and Timor-Leste, I might get you to, if you can, table the information that you were reading on. It might be helpful, but there are some stark disparities there, aren't there, in terms of the proportion of doses. Appreciate there may be other partner countries providing doses to some of these countries, but there is a stark difference between the proportions by population of some countries that have received doses and some particularly large Pacific partners there, where I assume that means, in terms of Papua New Guinea at least, that there is a very low dosage, very low primary dose, if I can use your phrase, and that is a real issue.
Absolutely.
Yes, and I would just highlight, though, at the other end of the spectrum, most Pacific Island countries have done extremely well in terms of population coverage. Most of them are at, over 90% double dosed for their target populations. As you say, progress has been slower in several countries. The Solomons and Vanuatu have been improving their coverage quite substantially over the last couple of months, and they're at sort of 30 or 40%. Papua New Guinea continues to lag, faces a range of challenges with geography and demand for vaccines from its citizens.
Okay, and I think 10 million doses promised to Indonesia. I think I heard you say 8 million doses delivered, is that right?
Correct. In fact, our overall commitment to Indonesia stands at about 20 million doses now.
So 20 million in terms of a commitment, and we're at 8?
Yep, but the commitment will be met. We actually have a schedule of deliveries that fully meets that commitment.
Oh, can you just tell me a bit about that? Yes.
So the doses we're providing to Indonesia, as with many countries, they break down into doses from our domestic supply and doses that we've procured through UNICEF. The doses that you see there in the 8 million figure are mostly from our domestic supply, some of the Pfizer through UNICEF, and there are additional doses to be delivered from our UNICEF supply. Those deliveries have been scheduled. The Indonesian government has actually asked us to space the deliveries because of the point that Ms.
Delivery challenges, yeah. And when is the last one of those? When will we equip
Those
that
deliveries
20
are
million?
spaced from April through September for the remaining Pfizer doses, but the overall commitment will definitely be met.
Okay, thank you. Would you be in a position to table a version of the table that you've been reading from?
We can do that. As I say, it's also
later on today.
Yeah. We can certainly table
It's
that.
on the
Yeah.
website if we fail you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I have some Just let me check that I'm...
Can I just
Oh,
check one question?
Yes, of course.
Right, and that'll take us out to lunch.
Mr
Okay.
Davies. Mr Davies, I think you mentioned for Solomon Islands 350,000?
In terms of deliveries today, yes, that's
Yeah.
correct. Yep.
That's just the Australian supplied, isn't there a UNICEF procured number? I've got another 150, the table in front of me.
Yes, you're correct. Sorry, that table I read out didn't include those because they were just delivered in the last week.
Great, thank you.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying that.
So that whole group was delivered in the last week, or that, or,
No,
or,
the
or
150,
that, or you got to that total in the last
the
week?
150,000 Pfizer were just delivered in the last week.
There was 350 already delivered,
Oh,
and
yeah.
another 150 in the last week. Is that correct?
Correct. 350 AstraZeneca delivered
Yeah.
over a period of time, plus
Yes.
150 Pfizer. Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
All right, it being 12:30, the committee is suspended until 1:30, and either myself or Senator Rice will commence questions after that, and so those that want an extended lunch hour can to about 1:45.
Thank you.
All right, the committee is suspended and will resume at 1:30. The committee is resumed and Senator Rice has the call.
Thanks, Chair. And I want to ask some questions about Tigray.
Tigray?
Yes.
Senator, we'll get the officers to the table. I think it will be Ms Cooper again, but she'll have a friend.
Thanks, Mr Innes-Brown. Yes, look, I want to ask about the report that was a joint report issued by Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, which came out this week, entitled We Will Erase You from This Land, Crimes Against Humanity and Ethnic Cleansing in Ethiopia's Western Tigray Zone, which, as it says in the introduction, that documents how newly appointed officials in Western Tigray and security forces from the neighbouring Amhara region, with the acquiescence and possible participation of Ethiopian federal forces, systematically expelled several 100,000 Tigrayan civilians from their homes using threats, unlawful killing, sexual violence, mass arbitrary detention, pillage, forcible transfer and the denial of humanitarian assistance. That these widespread and systematic attacks against the Tigrayan civilian population amount to crimes against humanity as well as war crimes. So I'm just wanting to know what engagement the Australian government is currently having in terms of pressure on the Ethiopian government about this appalling situation.
Sure, thanks, Senator. Yes, the report has just come out and we are still studying it, but as you said, it certainly catalogues a range of egregious human rights abuses. We will be discussing it further with the Ethiopian government as soon as we can. We've had a range of discussions just in the past week, actually, with the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, as well as a number of NGOs working on these issues. So we'll also talk to like-minded partners about appropriate action as well. But it's certainly the overall human rights situation in Ethiopia is something that is a key focus of our embassy's engagement in country, and we also, of course, take these issues up in the Human Rights Council and elsewhere. So it is an awful series of issues that have been outlined in that report, and we will be examining them closely and look at what more we can do on the ground to raise our concerns, Senator.
Thank you. Obviously, we also had our Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade report into the first periodic report on human rights, which covered Ethiopia and had an inquiry late last year, and which reported in March this year with two recommendations that the Australian government advocate through all available channels and measures for the restoration of peace in Tigray, and consider increasing Australia's humanitarian assistance to respond to the crisis and continue to provide consular assistance to Australians in Ethiopia. What's the position that the government or the department have taken in response to those recommendations?
So on the first recommendation, we do continue to talk to partners and, as I said, engage the Ethiopian government on on the overall situation, encourage all parties to the conflict to refrain from violence and start a genuine process that will lead to an enduring resolution of those various issues in the country. We note that the Ethiopian government recently announced an unconditional cessation of hostilities, which is very welcome, and I think the Tigrayan authorities made similar noises of support. The first aid shipment in many months has got into the capital of Tigray just in recent days, and we very much hope that that will be the start of a steady flow of much needed assistance. On humanitarian assistance, we have in the past year we've provided $6 million to UN agencies to assist with the humanitarian situation there. We keep the situation under review and in terms of future commitments, but of course balancing the range of other needs across the globe that we need to meet.
Does the Department of the Government recognise the significance of what's happening in Ethiopia and Tigray, given the large diaspora community here and the amount of really severe distress that is being felt by the Ethiopian community here?
Sure, I think we do, Senator. There's regular engagement, both with my division, but also with our embassy in Addis on the situation. Our ambassador is in regular contact, including from Tigrayan diaspora groups here in Australia. Some of that contact has been rather abrasive, but we undertake to talk to people about their concerns and explain what we're doing as a government.
When you say rather abrasive, what do you
Well,
mean?
there's been some personal. Our ambassador was attacked in social media for having met a range of human rights organisations recently, including and also in a forum where there were a couple of government representatives. I think it's important for our embassy to be able to sort of talk to all parties and hear their story, and also to be able to deliver messages. But there's been sort of a series of personal attacks, and I think, including social media posts that might number over 1,000. So some of the engagement is not that productive or helpful. But we understand the sentiment. But it is has been for some time a very difficult situation in Ethiopia, particularly in the northern part of the country.
Do you know, in terms of consular assistance, do you know whether there has been an increase in the number of people seeking visas to Australia, humanitarian, family reunion visas or other humanitarian visas? I know that's probably more Home Affairs than Foreign Affairs, but I'll give it a go.
Thanks, Senator. Kate Logan, First Assistant Secretary, Consular and Crisis Management Division. We're not tracking visas so much, Senator, but what I can say is that the consular caseload is tracking okay. We're not aware of any Australians detained at the moment in Ethiopia. We're aware of 23 Australian citizens and permanent residents in Tigray who we try and stay in touch with as best we can. After the crisis last November, you might recall, Senator, we did manage to get a lot of Australians and their families who were visa holders out of Ethiopia. We helped them. And that has probably reduced the pressure, if you like, on those who needed visas. We prioritised with Home Affairs a lot of those family members who were seeking visas to depart at that point.
Okay, thank you. In the Human Rights Watch and Amnesty report, the Secretary-General of Amnesty International states that the response of Ethiopia's international and regional partners has failed to reflect the gravity of the crimes that continue to unfold in Western Tigray. And they have a number of recommendations in their report to United Nations member states as well as to the African Union. Can I just take you through each of these and sort of get a response there? So there are 6 recommendations that they were asking states to to do something about, and just wanted to get your response to them. So, the first one is pressing all parties to the conflict to immediately facilitate safe, sustained and unhindered access to humanitarian assistance in conflict-affected areas. I presume
we've been doing that.
We've been doing that, yes.
With varying level, obviously the response. Now there is a channel that's been open, but it would have been much preferable if it hadn't been closed in the first place and had been open much earlier. But yes.
The second was that Security Council member states should place Ethiopia on the Council's formal agenda and establish a comprehensive arms embargo on all parties to the conflict in northern Ethiopia and a UN monitoring body to report on the implementation of the embargo.
I have to take that one on notice, Senator, and study it more closely.
We haven't had an opportunity to study it in detail yet, Senator, but we'll take these on notice.
Okay. The third was the support as part of any consensual agreement between the warring parties the deployment of an African Union-led international peacekeeping force in Western Tigray. We had any advocacy on that up until now?
No, not exactly, but we do, as a general principle, we do welcome the efforts of the African Union to find a solution to the conflict, and former President Obasanjo of Nigeria has been playing a useful role. So, but ultimately, I guess the decision to deploy peacekeepers will be a matter for the African Union and also the parties to the conflict.
Okay. Then, in consultation with displaced communities and with the involvement of relevant UN agencies, assist with the establishment of an independent body that can organise and monitor returns that are safe, voluntary, well-informed and dignified.
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. And that the International Commission of Human Rights Experts on Ethiopia should include events in Western Tigray since November 2020 as part of its investigations, identify individuals responsible where possible, and make recommendations on how perpetrators can be held accountable, including through national, regional, international justice bodies.
The Commission of Experts, is, as I understand it, is going to look at a whole range of human rights issues in Ethiopia. So again, we need to probably just check what their precise terms of reference are, but I imagine, given this report, they'll be looking at the situation.
Okay, and if you could take on notice what advocacy or whether we have advocated on that one, and then support. The final one is support under the principle of universal jurisdiction and in accordance with national laws, the investigation and prosecution of those credibly implicated in serious crimes under international law.
Sure, take that one on notice too, Senator.
Okay. Okay, so that's finishing my question on Ethiopia. Can I just ask one question?
Senator Rice, if I may, 5 to 10 minutes is now
it's now 12.
Becoming 5 plus 10 minutes. So can we go to 1:45?
Absolutely. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly get an update. And I don't have comprehensive questions like this on the situation in Sudan and the coup in Sudan, which is also equally distressing.
Sure. Well, I can't say there's been any remarkable positive developments, Senator, in recent times. There hasn't been a restoration of democracy, and the military remains firmly in control. There continues to be suppression of protesters, and we very much remain concerned about the situation there.
So what advocacy has Australia been taking on Sudan in recent times?
We've been talking to, very recently, been talking to our partners, like-minded partners, about the situation. We have discussed, we've had a recent meeting here in Canberra with the Sudanese ambassador. We've previously had meetings with him as well. We took up the situation at the UN Human Rights Council in November at Sudan's Universal Periodic Review. We did that in February, and also at the Human Rights Council session in March of this year, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Rice. Can I ask, or I will ask a bracket of questions in relation to the UN and Israel. and also about persecutions in Algeria, Bangladesh and Pakistan. So
we're probably going to...
who wants to rush to the table first?
Mr Innes-Brown might stay for some of those and we'll
All right, for which
see
ones?
how we go.
Israel, all right. I'm assuming that agenda item 7 remains on the UN's so-called Human Rights Committee.
It does, Senator.
And just confirm to me again that North Korea, China, Cuba aren't on that agenda as a standing item.
Someone might
Sorry?
help with that.
We might just see whether we can get some from one UN.
On the other
On-
countries.
We'll just see if there's someone who can assist with that answer.
I don't think so. So I think Israel is. I think the point you're making is that Israel is being singled out.
Exactly, and thank you for that. The International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, is that what it's called? IHRA? Anyway, IHRA, they have submitted a statement in relation to what anti-Semitism looks like, and the Australian government has now adopted it, as I understand it. Yep. What other countries have now adopted it? And take that on notice, but is there a growing number of countries that are willing to accept this definition?
I'll have to take that on notice in terms of the trend line, Senator.
All right, thank you. And I usually ask a standard question as well about the death penalty and how things are tracking there. If I can just be given an update on notice.
On notice?
Yeah.
We can do that on notice.
As to whether any other countries have now, or any more countries have abolished the death penalty within their jurisdiction since the last time we met. And then, persecution, religious persecution, especially of Christians in Algeria. I understand the Australian government has made representations to Algeria, for which I'm most appreciative, but I'm sure the Algerian Christians are even more appreciative. So can you give us an update on that, please?
Sure, Senator. There have been a number of developments that we're concerned about, around the protection of religious freedom in Algeria and also religious persecution. We're aware of reports that a Protestant church leader, Pastor Challa, was recently sentenced to 18 months in prison, and there have been some other cases involving...
And what was his alleged crime that he was deserving of 18 months imprisonment?
Well, I don't have that detail here,
right,
Senator,
all right.
but I do. What I can tell you is that we have recently taken this up. Our ambassador to Algeria, who's resident in Paris, has met the Algerian ambassador there, where we've taken up a number of cases. And I am due to meet the Algerian ambassador here next week, in which to take forward. He has been unavailable for the last couple of weeks travelling, but I'll be speaking to him next week about these reports.
Excuse me, I've got a tickle in my throat. So that's being pursued, so thank you for that. Bangladesh and Pakistan.
Senator, would you like me, while the people are coming to the table, to give you a very brief update on the death penalty?
Yes, please.
Yep, I've got it right here. So in terms of facts, we've got the tally. Abolitionist countries, 108 countries have abolished death penalty for all crimes. 144 countries have abolished the death penalty in law or practice. Countries that retain the death penalty, 55. And execution. So the last global tally we have of the number of executions committed was from an Amnesty International report that was released in 2021. So it won't be new data for you. And of course, it's quite hard to have a great deal of confidence that these are comprehensive statistics, but Amnesty does the best that anyone can do. In terms of recent developments, recent-ish developments, since Amnesty's report was released, Papua New Guinea committed to abolishing the death penalty. That was in January this year.
Oh, good.
They made the commitment in January this year, so that's still pending legislative changes. And Sierra Leone abolished the death penalty in the middle of 2021.
Good, thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Look, there are reports that in, I think it's Bangladesh, that if roads need to be widened, or under the excuse of roads needing to be widened, Christian churches are being demolished. Is anybody able to provide confirmation of that? And that similar things are occurring in Pakistan. And
I don't have any information, Senator, about that specific discriminatory action, as you've put it there, so we'll have to take that on notice and come back
look,
to you.
if you could, but if you're not aware of it, one therefore assumes that no representations have been made.
We'll check. It may well be the case that the Post, which
right.
in both of those countries engages regularly on human rights concerns, will have done so. I'm just not able to give
all
you
right,
the
well, in
detail
that
now.
case, yeah, I will ask that question on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Ayres, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Secretary, I have a few questions about the Pacific Worker, Seasonal Workers Program, the Pacific Labour Scheme.
Yes, Senator, we have both officers who deal with the policy construct and the operational elements of it.
Perfect, thank
here.
you. Hi, how are you? G'day. Hello. So I think in August of last year, the Prime Minister at the PIF said between now and March 2022, Australia will also double the number of Pacific workers in Australia under the Pacific Labour Scheme and the Seasonal Worker Program, bringing in an extra 12,500 workers. I think your response to what I assume is the most recent estimates said that there were around 8,000 Pacific Labour Scheme and Seasonal Worker Program workers arriving in Australia from August to the 25th of February. What's the full figures for February and March? Have you got those available?
Senator Danielle Heineke, First Assistant Secretary, Labour and Connectivity Division. For February and March, I actually don't have them by month here in my folder.
Have you got a sort of cumulative total then from,
Yes,
from August? Yes.
Yes, I do. So we've had 8,000, this is up to the 25th of March, but I'll also give you figures for this last week and this week.
Thank you.
We've had 8,711 arrive since August.
Yes.
We've had 400 arrive last week, 415 arrive last week, and there's another 400 scheduled to arrive by tomorrow. So we expect at the moment overall, there actually are at the moment 22,830 workers in Australia now, plus the 400 that will arrive this week. That includes those that were here before that doubling commitment and those that were here at the beginning of the pandemic.
Okay, so in terms of the achievement of that 12,500 figure that the Prime Minister used, we're slightly south of 10,000, 9,500, 10,000.
Yes, that's correct. We have probably around 1,800 to come, and the reason for those delays relate to COVID in the Pacific, specifically to delays with Tonga, Samoa and Solomon Islands that have all had recent COVID outbreaks. We do have around 8,900 in the pipeline to arrive between April and October, and that's to meet workforce needs as harvest trails change and as employers have anticipated workforce gaps.
Okay, thank you. On the ag visa, I think the department's ag visa information sheet says there are an additional 52,000 pre-screened Pacific employees available to deploy subject to available quarantine arrangements. I think the evidence given last Friday, I think it was Senator Sheldon, was asking questions. The only country to sign up to the ag visa via an MOU at this stage is Vietnam. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct, Senator.
And I think the evidence there was that there's an upper limit of workers from Vietnam of 1,000 per year. I think
that's correct.
That was your evidence, I think. Why is it necessary, Minister, to set up an entirely new architecture, given the small scale of what's been achieved through the Vietnam MOU, when there's 52,000 Pacific workers ready to go? Doesn't that undermine the Pacific Labour Scheme?
No, I don't think it does. And the point around the work around establishing the MOU, noting that it is only by way of bilateral agreement that we can achieve them, it provides a framework for further agreements of this type, which will give us a greater access to a greater resource, which is, if you talk to industry, needed. So not undermining, necessary, and we're on the right pathway with all of that.
52,000 ready to go. That's right, isn't it?
52,000 who were pre-screened at that point in time.
Yes. So it could be more now.
Could be less. They could have got different jobs and their personal circumstances might have changed, but that was a point in time.
Yeah, the 52,000 might... the obvious way it could reduce is by people coming here and getting work here.
Other work as well.
Senator, of that 52,000, there are around about almost 9,000 that are actually they're in the recruitment process now, going through various visa checks, etc., to arrive between April and October. We do expect that pool will continue to be drawn on. It's really important to note that the 52,000, they would either be in other jobs in the Pacific or they would be working in semi-subsistence agriculture or other occupations. They're not sitting ready to go, so to speak. They're pre-screened and have indicated an interest and have been screened by their by their labour sending units in each country.
I suppose the reason I ask is that there's these different visa classes and programs don't sit in isolation from each other. There's no guarantee, is there, that that people who are in the, I was about to say pipeline, but it's the wrong phrase to use for people who are on the transition to work, but the 52,000, give or take, Secretary, there's no guarantee that those people won't be displaced by the other programs, is there?
I think we're seeing quite large demand in Australia, and so I don't think we thought that there was any displacement factor.
Senator,
what's the evidence for there being no displacement, Secretary? Just that, an inference from the fact that you see large demand.
Industry have indicated to us in our consultations that there's quite large demand.
Senator, what I can add is that really it's really a structural adjustment around working holiday makers who are here in much lower volume than they were pre-COVID, and it's displacement of those short-term temporary workers in those areas, including what came out as a result of the UK FTA, which reduced the need for UK backpackers in their second and third year to work in agriculture, which has also reduced the supply of labour in the agricultural sector. So as we've said before, Pacific primacy is key. As I've said, almost 9,000 are in the pipeline. That will mean that we've gone from about 7,800 pre-COVID. In February 2020, we had 7,800 workers in country. We've almost trebled that, and we expect it to increase again significantly over this particular August winter period.
Okay, and as I think we're not still in sort of normal settings, your phrase is right, isn't it? That at least the promise that we're holding out is that Pacific primacy is key. The question that underlines my questions, I suppose, is to what extent does this MOU arrangement or other arrangements undermine that primacy?
Senator, in managing this, the government has been clear in, one, establishing Pacific primacy, in DFAT managing this visa. I also am, along with Jason, responsible for Pacific as well as the agriculture visa. The upper limits that are set in each bilateral agreement as an initial part of the agriculture visa program are about protecting the Pacific, but also allowing for a structural adjustment with review periods around the annual migration review that ensures that we're remaining Pacific as a priority. I'd also like to just add the Pacific program does work in other sectors. Pre-COVID, we expected actually hospitality and tourism to be a really high part of the Pacific labour scheme, and we're now starting to get much higher demand in that sector, as well as the care sectors, where quarantine was a major constraint during the COVID period for those sectors, but now we're seeing much higher demand, as well as other sectors like manufacturing, aquaculture, where we expect higher demand for Pacific workers as we go into more normal times.
Okay, on the ag visa, can you tell me whether there is a pathway to permanency under the agricultural visa?
As we've said in previous evidence, and as Home Affairs said earlier in the week, there is government is committed to considering options for permanent pathway towards that over 22.
Yeah, I think that's
what
consistent.
That looks like.
Yeah, that's consistent with what Mr. Pizzullo said. Sorry, you were going to go on to say
what
something.
that looks like is really in the hands of Home Affairs as the lead on permanent residence pathways.
I mean, this is where the confusion lies, of course, isn't it? Minister Littleproud told the budget breakfast, but the ag visa goes further than just unskilled labour. It's skilled and semi-skilled, and this will give a pathway to permanent residency. That's not at all consistent with what you've just said, is it? Apart from the skilled and semi-skilled bit?
What I'm saying is that the pathway itself, what that looks like, has not yet been decided, and that's what needs to be considered by government. There's many different pathways that could be designed. Could be designed, and that is work that Home Affairs is currently undertaking.
Minister Littleproud says this will give a pathway to permanent residency.
I can't comment on...
And that's the government's commitment.
What's the nature of the government's commitment, Minister?
Exactly as the officials outlined.
What did she just say?
About Home Affairs leading the work to design a pathway to permanent residency out of the ag visa.
So there's going to be there is a pathway, or there's going to be a pathway?
Well, I think as the official has just said, there's work being led by a different department to this one.
But there's not a pathway, is there?
No, but
there's going to be a pathway.
Will has a prospective element to it.
It has an announcement quality about it, doesn't it?
Well, one day
a commitment about things that might
decision we've made. Yes.
Commitment about things that might happen in the future.
Yep. I'd love to click my fingers and have everything happen now.
That relies upon the credibility of the person who utters it in terms of its believability.
Comment, I
Well,
suppose.
take that as an observation.
Well, the point I make is, Minister, you can't give a simple yes or no answer, can you? Is there a pathway to permanency under the agriculture visa?
Is there presently a pathway?
Yes.
I'm not sure Minister Littleproud or the official said there presently is one, but that there will be one.
Can you tell me whether the ag visa was a decision of Cabinet last year prior to its announcement?
That I can't tell you. I don't have that information. I'm happy to take it on notice.
Chair, I'm in the happy position of being able to tell you that I have no further questions for this department.
All right.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, officers and everybody, for not just this week but last week.
Well,
Thank you.
To take us out, and I dare say we won't need an extra official at the table, but I dare say we are no closer to recognising the obvious in relation to the Armenian genocide.
I can see whether Mr Innes-Brown or
I raised their hopes that this
one
was
of
over.
the other officials.
And as somebody comes for that, we will encourage officials from, I've got the defence
Osprey.
portfolio here.
They're ready.
Sorry?
Are they?
Sorry? Yeah.
They're keen.
Very happy to be an early old dude.
So who do we want? Yeah, we want, next will be Australia. Yep.
Chair, we're able to table some information that Senator Ayres was looking for, which is vaccine delivery, if that's of use to the committee.
That's good.
Thank you. And,
Look, successive governments have had a real difficulty in acknowledging the Armenian genocide, so I dare say I was phrasing it more rhetorically, anticipating a response from you, Secretary, that there had been no movement, but if there has been, I would be most interested to learn about it.
I might just ask Mr McCarthy, but my understanding is there's been no change.
Yeah.
That is basically correct,
All right.
Senator. As you
That's
know, it's an ongoing discussion. Yes.
Issue. It's a wonderful word, isn't it? Yep. All right, thank you. Can I thank the officials from the Department of Foreign Affairs, non-trade, for their contribution to the Senate estimates, and thank you. And we've now finished or concluded our examination, and right. Look, I will suspend the committee as we find out where the Austrade officials are, because I think some of them need to be reached remotely. So the committee is suspended until further notice. The committee is resumed, and I welcome officials from Austrade and Mr Xavier Simonet remotely. I'm assuming you, Assistant Minister, don't want to make an opening statement?
Not I, but Mr Simonet does.
Yeah, is there? And I see him down here. Yeah. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you. Xavier Simonet, CEO of Austrade. Apologies, I couldn't join you in person despite my best efforts, but I came back from the US this morning and the flight was very delayed, so I'm in Melbourne. Austrade is Australia's Commonwealth agency responsible for promoting international trade, investment and education, and for tourism policy. As the world reopens, Austrade's role has never been more critical. In this context, our priorities this year are supporting Australians overseas via consular staff who are always on hand. Most recently, this has involved our teams in Europe assisting with the humanitarian crisis spilling over the borders from Ukraine. Continuing to deliver on the COVID emergency response programs Australia is responsible for, ranging from the International Freight Assistance Mechanism to our programs supporting the visitor economy. Third, connecting Australian companies to the world and international investors to Australia and helping them build pipelines of quality investments and exports by reducing the time risk and cost of going international. Austrade has a core focus of enabling Australian businesses to grow and diversify internationally, particularly through our 68 overseas posts in 40 countries. Fourth, implementing the Export Market Development Grant that came into effect in July 2021. This new scheme provides upfront funding certainty and cuts red tape. Fifth, advising the government on tourism policy and leading the promotion of international education. In this capacity, Austrade continues to drive the implementation of the Thrive 2030 Visitor Economy Strategy. Last, supporting simplified trade system reforms, including the simplification of cross-border regulations and government processes. These focus areas support Australian businesses and contribute to Australia's economic prosperity. I thank all our Austrade teams for their work and commitment in very challenging conditions over the last couple of years. I also particularly pay tribute to Mr. Tim Beresford, Deputy CEO, Trade and Investment. This is Tim's last appearance for Austrade before he takes up a role as Chief Executive of the Commonwealth Government's Australian Financial Security Authority. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Simonet. Senator Rees, you have the call.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Mr. Beresford, and congratulations all in the one breath. Well done.
Thank you.
Can you tell me the Consumer Travel Support Program, can you confirm the total amount of funding available for round 3?
Thanks for your question, Senator. As you know, Australia is responsible for tourism policy. The visitor economy has been devastated by COVID. We've put in place, as directed by the government, some short-term response programs to answer the needs of the industry. And I'll ask Sam Palmer to give more.
She's ready to go in here, I think.
Thank you, Senator. Sam Palmer, General Manager, Visitor Economy and Client Programs. The funding available for round 3 of the Consumer Travel Support Program is $75.5 million.
And how many applications are you expecting to receive in this round?
It's difficult to estimate. I can tell you that we can receive no more than 2,687 because we have the applications only open to those who have received a round 2 or a multi-outlet payment, and we estimate about 400 applicants for the new stream. That gets us to the total of 2,687.
Okay, and is that $75.5 million, is that essentially the underspend from the previous rounds?
Essentially, Senator, yes.
Yeah, okay. And there have been some issues with the criteria in the previous rounds. Has the department done some work to resolve those problems?
Senator, we had some challenges setting up the program in round 1. We sought the advice of the Australian Taxation Office and they were very helpful, and we really appreciate the help that they gave us. We had to determine business turnover as part of the process for the program, and the ATO advised us to use a particular line in the BAS statement which should have indicated turnover. There was a change or an instruction in about 2018, I think, where the Tax Office issued advice to travel agents and to service operators and other providers about how to report. But it appeared to very clearly when we did our first round that a great many of those agents didn't report that way, and that they were including total sales or total transaction value in that line, which then meant in round 2 we changed the way in which we defined eligibility, because a number of applicants had received windfall or higher payments as a result of having sales in their turnover amount. So we changed the process for round 2 and the eligibility criteria in round 2, and they flow through to this round in that only round 2 payees and multi-outlet payees can apply in round 3.
So this is Senator Farrell's area, really not mine, so just let me ask a dopey question if I can. I think you said earlier that the 2,687 potential applicants who were applicants in previous rounds. You don't need to have been a successful applicant in a previous round, do you, in order to be eligible?
So they were claims that were granted, the numbers that I gave you. There were
and that
more,
400 component?
So, Senator, there were 2,216 claims granted in round 2, so they were eligible applicants in round 2. There were 71 grants claimed for multi-outlets. That's the separate part of round 2 for those. And then there are about 400 that industry estimated might be applying in the new stream.
I see. And so it is open to people who weren't successful in round 1 and 2 to apply for this round, and this eligibility issue will be approached slightly differently. So you might expect some of that 400 will be successful.
So
is that a reasonable way of capturing it?
No, it's quite different if you don't mind me saying,
Senator.
No,
please. I'm very prepared to accept that I need all the help I can get here, so if you can.
You have to, Senator, have had an accepted claim and a payment in
Yes.
round 2, or a multi-outlet payment. If you were only a recipient of round 1 and you didn't get a payment in round 2, you are not eligible to apply for round 3.
I see.
And anyone who was found ineligible in those rounds, if their eligibility was found to be a problem because they, for instance, weren't a travel agent, they might have been a bus operator that sold tickets to concerts, etc., and
Yes.
tried. So any of those people who weren't eligible will not be eligible. They won't have received a payment. However, the new stream are for people who are businesses who had been set up in 2019 or early 2020 up till the 31st of March, who did not have a full year in order to be able to apply. They hadn't operated for a full year, so they weren't eligible under round 1. The government's made a decision to create a new opportunity for those businesses who were established partway through. They have to identify prorated revenue up to $50,000 equivalency in order to be eligible. So there may be some people, Senator, who applied in round 1 who weren't found eligible because they hadn't hit the revenue milestone because
Yes.
they'd only been open for part of the year. They can now apply and test their eligibility for this new round.
And that criticism of the criteria that we were talking about earlier on, does that capture that deficiency?
So there were a number of people who flagged some challenges.
Because it seemed to me that, you know, you had advice from the tax office that relied upon a particular, BAS line measure, and that's not just about firms who had entered in post 2018, 2019. That criteria issue would have confronted other firms as well, wouldn't it?
It would have, and we adjusted round 2 to account for it, Senator, by establishing, first of all, a financial verification process for any business that had a reported income of $500,000 or more.
I see. So sorry to cut you short. If they didn't make it in round 1 because of that issue, their application would have been successful in round 2.
No. So the challenge, Senator, for round 1 was that we paid too much. So the tiers that people were paid against included the sales of, for instance, airline tickets or accommodation room charges. They weren't just about business turnover, they included sales. And so the challenge in round 1 was that we were paying the wrong amounts. Some people were getting up to 10 times what they should have gotten, and we needed to account for that. And those people who had reported in their BAS properly, in line with the expectation and advice from the tax office, they received a different amount to those who had included total transaction value in their applications. So that was the challenge that we accounted for in round 2.
Okay, so there's nobody who's been, you think, unfairly excluded by the criteria in rounds 1 or 2 who's now ineligible to apply for round 3?
So there are certainly some feedback points that we're receiving from agents who were not eligible to apply for round 2 because they had total transaction sales in their BAS and they were ineligible. And they have expressed disappointment that they're unable to apply in round 3.
Okay, and that's the feedback that Senator Farrell's getting that's framing this discussion, I suppose. Is there anything that's been done to try and resolve that problem?
So that's part of the design of the round, Senator, that government made that decision about who would be eligible for this round.
And are you anticipating that you'll exhaust the $75.5 million this time round?
We are, Senator.
And when does that conclude?
So applications opened on the 29th of March and they close on the 20th of April.
Okay, thank you. And there were some delays, I think, in round 2 in the verification process. How much are you doing this with Deloitte again?
We don't need to do a financial verification process this
Because
time
it's-
because we did it in round 2.
Okay. And the multi-outlet agency round or separate stream, is that still a feature of this round?
Yes, it is, Senator. The multi-outlets will get a payment as per the previous round if they're still operating.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you,
Ms.
Senator.
Palmer. Thrive 2030, understand that there's an additional $2 million earmarked for the development of an industry-led visitor economy online employment and skills platform. What does that do?
Thank you, Senator. So the $2 million has been committed over 2 years in seed funding for the online employment platform. The specific platform was identified by industry as a priority to address workforce and skills shortages. The platform will provide information for education, training and careers, and it is designed, and will be designed, to promote, attract, train and retain staff in the sector.
Okay, is it a platform that's custom built or is it off the shelf?
So there's a platform in New Zealand called Go With Tourism,
Yes.
which was built with the support of the New Zealand government, which the industry in Australia has made the case to government to support. So the seed funding will enable industry partnerships to work on delivering a similar platform. They may choose as part of a tendering process to go with that same company that has done that work in New Zealand.
So that's quite a likely outcome, that we'll have essentially the same platform.
It's very possible based on what industry is seeking, yes.
Okay. And what expected outcomes are there and how will they be measured or demonstrated?
So we're right at the beginning of the process, Senator, and what we want to do from here is actually work through how we can ensure that the grant process that we follow is designed in a way to give government comfort that the platform will work, that will deliver enhancements for industry to find employees and to point them to opportunities in the sector. It's come about, Senator, because the platforms that the Australian government currently run are very much designed for businesses that work more in the full-time and mainstream sector, and also many of the businesses in the visitor economy are very small micro businesses, and some of them report it difficult to engage with the current platforms and programs. And so while we continue to work with DESI to make the existing platforms and programs that the Australian government operates work for our industry, this seed funding will allow the visitor economy industry to roll out some employment and training opportunities through this platform.
Okay, and when is this? When's this planned to launch?
So the funding for this commences over 2 years in July 2022-23. So we would hope to be working through our grants, guidelines and processes and working with industry to have the contract in place early in the 2022-23 year.
Okay, thank you. An additional $4.8 million to Tourism Research Australia. What's that going to do?
So this program, we call it an Industry Data Enhancement Program, and it will improve TRA's capacity to measure the visitor economy sector by adding new data sets and new data analysis to supplement current statistical measurements and provide these insights to industry. It will also bring some new data architecture to our InAustrade's analytical capability, including the use of advanced digital virtual machine, and it will complement the existing TRA skill set with new data science resources dedicated to integrating big data into the TRA space.
Yeah, and Ms Palmer, will that be the new sort of data sets and new analysis, will that be just for Tourism Research Australia, or is the sector going to be able to access that material?
So the work that Tourism Research Australia produces is published and available to the sector, and we have agreements with all the states and territories. So TRA works in partnership and delivers for the state and territory governments as well as for the Commonwealth. It's the, if you like, the National Statistical Agency for Tourism data, and it feeds into the ABS's national accounts and other official statistics on behalf of the country. The publications that TRA produce are available for free, and then as part of this process, of course, the information will be available through our other products as well.
Chair, I don't want to disappoint anybody, but I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Ms Palmer. Mr Simonet, if you've had a long flight, which we're told that you have, stuck in that airport hotel there, you won't need only lean back and you'll be able to jump straight into what looks like a comfortable airport hotel bed.
Thanks, Senator.
You've done well to stay awake, I think. Thank you.
And I'm sure that listening in was a sedative enough for you to go to sleep straight away. Thank you, Mr Simonet and officers of Austrade, and thanks for what you do. And this concludes the hearing of Austrade, and we now move to tourism. Tourism Australia aren't available at this stage, so we will suspend until further notice. An examination of Tourism Australia, and I welcome the Managing Director, Ms Philippa Harrison, and officers from Tourism Australia. Ms Harrison, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, other than to say thank you very much for accommodating me online. I went to a lunch with the Indian delegation that's here and really enjoyed building our bilateral relationship. So thank you very much for allowing that.
A pleasure, and thank you for what you do in that space. The Indian market has great potential and capacity for us, and we wish you well in your endeavours. Senator Ayres, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Ms Harrison and your team for being flexible this afternoon and allowing this to proceed as it has. I have a few questions for you. Can you first tell me a bit about the additional funding provided to Tourism Australia to target international tourists?
Yes, my pleasure. So on the 22nd of March, the federal government announced another $60 million boost in tourism marketing to revive the Australian tourism regions that have been affected by international border closures. Of that funding package, Tourism Australia is receiving $45 million to be spent over the next 2 financial years. And that is further broken down, that $45 million, into $15 million for crucial international for marketing campaigns to really build the desire for Australia as a holiday destination back. $25 million of that is directed to partnership activities, and those partnership activities will be with trade wholesalers, with airline, but also with media to drive conversion. And then an additional $5 million across 2 years to boost our business events fund, which is used to secure funding for incentive and association conferences for Australia.
Okay, and is there a component of that that's working with Tourism Tropical North Queensland?
So $15 million of that funding has gone directly to Tourism Tropical North Queensland, and they're going to focus on getting people specifically back to Cairns and the Great Barrier Reef. But I would say that Cairns and the Great Barrier Reef are a huge driver of international visitation, and we're already in conversation with them on how we can work together to drive visitation back to that region, because it's such a key driver for Australia overall.
What other regions are part of that program?
So we will look at the regions that are most reliant on international tourism. The ones that were mentioned in the press release were the Gold Coast, the New South Wales North Coast, the Sunshine Coast, the Great Ocean Road, the Hunter Valley in New South Wales, Uluru, the Kimberley and parts of Tasmania. But I would say that we are currently going through a process and identifying the regions that have been most affected by the loss of international. And As the National Tourism Organisation, our job is to help everybody restore their international visitor economy.
So those regions selected in particular, why has the south coast of New South Wales, for example, been excluded?
So I think that, they, from our point of view, they're not excluded. They weren't included in the initial list of destinations because they typically haven't had a huge amount of international visitation versus domestic. But I would say that we will definitely include the South Coast as part of our marketing programs, 100%.
And how will that be achieved?
So through those buckets that I talked about, so through the partnership marketing, through our
Sorry, how will the south coast of New South Wales be included in this program?
So there's a couple of ways we can do that through those bigger programs, but we are also looking at boosting some of our very grassroots programs that we have implemented over this period. So the National Experience Content Initiative is something that we have implemented where we are going into experience operators and helping them create assets for when they reopen, and that's moving and still images. And we will look at boosting those regions, including the South Coast. So we're looking at boosting that program, and the other thing we're looking at doing is how we can work with those regions to get them into market and reconnected with our trade partners offshore.
So I think you said that the South Coast wasn't excluded.
It's not excluded.
It just wasn't included, but now you're including it. Are there any other areas that I should mention to facilitate their inclusion?
So
you said which parts of Tasmania were not included? You said that there were some parts of Tasmania were included.
So this was the initial press release that gave those regions as an example. Our job
and sorry, can I interrupt, Ms Harrison? The press release that set out the regions that were included, was that the subject of discussion with the Minister's office or the Prime Minister's office?
We worked on the press release with the Minister's office, but what I would like to say is that those regions are not the ultimate, they're not the final set. We are now going through a process of working through those regions and making sure that we support the right set of regions. But I do want to reiterate that all of the work we do helps establish or re-establish all of the visitor economy. So every region in Australia is going to benefit from this work.
What international markets have been targeted in particular?
So because this funding is for the next 2 financial years, we are just now kicking off that process. We only found out about the money a couple of weeks ago, so we've just kicked off our planning process. But the markets that we're looking for are the markets that we have been in for the duration, which is the 15 markets that we're currently active in.
And what are they?
Okay, so we have, I'll start, there's 15. Do you want me to go through them?
Sure.
Yep, okay. UK, Europe, including Germany, France, Italy, the USA, Canada, Korea, China, Hong Kong, Japan, Singapore, Malaysia, India, Indonesia, and New Zealand.
And which are the top 5 of those?
So the top 5 at the moment is the US, the UK, China is, if we're looking at pre-pandemic numbers, China is the top one, Japan, and also Southeast Asian markets.
And is the $45 million in targeted funding for regional destinations different from the $15 million of funding for advertising in crucial markets? Is that a different pool of funding?
What do you mean by that? Are we going to use it in a slightly different way?
No. Is the $15 million? I think the government's announcement says.
For TTNQ?
Yes.
That's going directly to TTNQ. That's being administered by Austrade, and so we're not involved with how that money is spent.
And sorry, the $15 million of funding for advertising in crucial markets, is that so that is additional advertising spend, is it, in those
Correct.
crucial? How far does $15 million get you across those? Even the top 5 markets there, what does that achieve?
So what we're doing is we are using that money to augment our activities. And what it actually means is that we can do brand marketing. We can extend that campaign to more markets, and we can boost the markets that we were already in. So if we didn't have this additional money, we would probably be in 5 markets. We're now able to do brand marketing in 10 markets. So it does make a difference.
Yes. Partnership activities, I think you touched on that, Ms Harrison. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
So our partnership marketing work is really important. We work with commercial partners to convert the demand that we create for Australia into actual bookings to Australia. So we work with key distribution partners around the world. We work with airlines, but we also are going to use this partnership money on media partnerships, which help us tell a wider story of Australia through PR methods. And that's really where the benefit to the region come in, because we can tell a bigger story about Australia.
And have any of those started yet?
They will start next year when that kicks in, but it is part of what we do as an organisation. So at the moment we have a range of partnership marketing programs that have kicked off to support our current program and campaign, which is Don't Go Small, Go Australia. So they're in the market at the moment.
Could you just give me an example of one of those?
Sure. So we have a cooperative campaign, say Flight Centre in the UK, and they will feature Don't Go Small, Go Australia through their channels. We will direct our consumers to them and to their shops, and they will convert those consumers into customers for Australia.
And what about media partnerships? Who are you anticipating partnerships with there?
Well, I'll give you an example of one that we have going in the UK at the moment. It's the Daily Telegraph and all of their publications. We work with our states and territories on that. And throughout the year, we have a range of stories, digital and print stories going about Australia and what you can see and do in Australia. And we rotate through the states. We do multi-state itineraries, but 12 months of the year in the UK market, you'll see stories on Australia.
Okay, and you also received some funding for the BID Fund program. Is this money to continue the funding or to expand the program, or is it funding that wasn't expended that's now been pushed into the next budget and the forwards?
It's to continue the program. So we launched the program in 2018, and it was a 3-year program. We then announced a further year of that program in 2021 when we announced another $3 million to support it. This additional funds means we're going to be able to support it for the next 2 financial years as well.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to ask you a more historical question. What years was Ms Bailey the Minister for Tourism?
That predates my time, but it was around early 2000s.
2007, I think. Memory?
Yeah, it was yeah. I would have to take her tenure on notice, but it was sort of around 2005, 2006, somewhere around.
Yes, it overlaps with the period that the current Prime Minister was the CEO, sat in your position. That's right, isn't it?
That's my understanding, yes.
Do they have a sort of picture wall in the Tourism Australia office? Is there pictures of previous CEOs or previous ministers up on the wall?
There isn't.
No, there isn't an honour roll?
There isn't, no.
It's correct that Mr Morrison left the agency in 2006, isn't it?
That's right, yes.
Can you tell me why he left?
That predates me. I'm not privy to the circumstances under which he left the agency.
It's confidential, is it, from current officers?
It's not confidential. I wasn't in the organisation at the time, and I wasn't here. I'm not prepared to comment on something that happened 10 years before I joined the agency.
So you can't comment upon the basis for his termination?
I cannot, no.
It wasn't for incompetence?
Well, she can't comment, that's the evidence. And,
or dishonesty?
Now that is...
Or a failure to plan for completely foreseeable events?
The officer has already indicated that she cannot answer.
I want to put a series of these things to her. Was it for misconduct?
No, you aren't putting it to her, you're putting it for the media and for publicity.
Was it for an incapacity to accept responsibility?
No, she has already indicated she is unable to comment.
Was it for bullying?
Oh dear, oh dear, like your
or was it for making commitments
now.
that weren't subsequently delivered upon? Were any of these reasons the basis for the termination, Ms Harrison?
As she said, she has no visibility of it.
Chair, this is out of order. This is not anything to do with the current organisation nor the portfolio.
Well, that's not a basis for whether or not something's in order, but in
Yes,
any
it
case,
is.
Chair, I have concluded my questions. If there's other questions that other committee members have.
Well, you'll be pleased to know that that was the real reason that you were called before the Senate estimates, Ms Harrison and officials of Tourism Australia. And thank you for your appearance and for your contribution. And that now concludes the examination of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. And can I thank all officials, the Assistant Minister, Broadcasting, Hansard and the Secretariat for their cooperation and contribution to make this estimates go so smoothly. Thank you all.
Thank you.